tes tes. Cek cek.
Cik.
Honorable Mr. Dodi Karyanto Budi Santosa, Bachelor of Technology, Master of Business Administration, Head of Yayasan Pendidikan Widya Husada Semarang, Indonesia.
Yang terhormat Bapak Dodi Karyanto Budi Santoso, ST.MBA Magister Kesehatan, selaku Ketua Yayasan Pendidikan Widya Husada Semarang, Indonesia.
Honorable Dr. Harjianti Dini Iswandari, Master of Management, Rektor Widya Husada Semarang University, Indonesia.
Yang terhormat Dr. Hargianti Dini Iswandari, Magister Manajemen, selaku Rektor Universitas Widya Husada Semarang, Indonesia.
Bisa nomor ini.
Honorable Mr. Sigit Sugiharto, Master of Computer, Head of International Seminar from Widya Husada University Semarang, Indonesia.
Yang terhormat Bapak Sigit Sugiharto, Magister Komputer, selaku Ketua Panitia Seminar Internasional, Fakultas Keperawatan Bisnis dan Teknologi, Universitas Widya Husada Semarang, Indonesia.
Honorable Dr. Aridina Permana Citra, Bachelor of Health, Master of Health, dan Faculty of Nursing, Business and Technology, Widya Husada Semarang University, Indonesia.
Yang terhormat Dr. Aridina Permana Citra, Sarjana Kesehatan Masyarakat, Magister Kesehatan Masyarakat, selaku Dekan Fakultas Keperawatan Bisnis dan Teknologi, Universitas Widya Husada Semarang, Indonesia.
Honorable Professor Zainal Arifin Hasibuan, Doctor of Philosophy from Indonesia.
Yang terhormat Profesor Zainal Arifin Hasibuan, PhD dari Indonesia.
Honorable Mrs. Edvi Gracia Ardani, EMP, Master of Tourism from Widya Husada Semarang University, Indonesia.
Yang terhormat Ibu Edvi Gracia Ardani, IMP, Magister Pariwisata dari Universitas Widya Husada Semarang, Indonesia.
Honorable Dr. Rifai Chai from Swinburne University of Technology, Australia.
Yang terhormat Dr. Rifai Chai dari Universitas Swinburne of Technology, Australia.
Honorable Dr. Zamzalia Abdul Mulud from University Technology Mara, Malaysia.
Yang terhormat Dr. Zamzalia Abdul Mulud dari University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia.
Honorable Mr. Enerito M. Klima, RMT, LPT, Doctor of Philosophy from ETCOR Educational Research Center, Philippines.
Yang terhormat Bapak Enerito M. Klima, RMT, LPT, PhD dari ETCOR Educational Research Center, Filipina.
Honorable distinguished guest, institution host Widya Husada Semarang University. My gratitude for all honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen.
Yang terhormat para tamu undangan, institusi yang menjadi penyelenggara konferensi kali ini dari Universitas Widya Husada Semarang, akademisi, mahasiswa, saudara dan saudari sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning.
Selamat pagi.
First of all, let's say thanks to God who has been giving us guidance, help, and blessings so we can attend and participate in this event without any obstacle.
Pertama-tama, marilah kita mengucap syukur kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa. Karena atas berkat-Nya lah kita dapat mengikuti konferensi kali ini dalam keadaan selamat, sehat, dan tanpa kekurangan waktu apapun.
Welcome to Faculty of Nursing, Business and Technology International Seminar 2023. My name is Almita and my partner is Marlina. It's a great pleasure for us to be your master of ceremony in this beautiful morning on Wednesday, September 27th, 2023.
Selamat datang di Seminar Internasional Fakultas Bisnis dan Teknologi tahun 2023. Perkenalkan, saya Marlina dan rekan saya Almita. Merupakan suatu kehormatan bagi kami karena dapat dipercaya menjadi Master of Ceremony pada hari yang berbahagia ini, Rabu 27 September 2023.
Today, we have a world-class seminar entitled Technology Transformation for a Better Life.
Tema Seminar Internasional tahun 2023 adalah Teknologi Transformasi untuk Kehidupan yang Lebih Baik.
Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, let me deliver the structure of the event today as follows.
Para hadirin yang saya hormati, perkenankan kami untuk membacakan susunan acara pada hari ini.
The first, commencement ceremony.
Pertama, upacara dan doa pembukaan.
The second, singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya.
Kedua, menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya.
The third, opening speech from Head of Yayasan Pendidikan Widya Husada Semarang.
Ketiga, sambutan dari Ketua Yayasan Pendidikan Widya Husada Semarang.
The fourth, presentation from our keynote speaker and opening remarks from Dr. Harijianti Dini Iswandari, Master of Management.
Keempat, presentasi pemateri kunci dan secara resmi membuka acara oleh Dr. Hargianti Dini Iswandari, DRG MM.
The fifth, session of symposium and discuss that will be delivered with world-class speaker.
Kelima, simposium sesi pertama dan diskusi dari pembicara kelas dunia.
And then closing.
Diakhiri dengan penutup.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Para hadirin yang terhormat,
before we continue our agenda, let's take time for prayer based on ourselves, beliefs, and religions.
sebelum memasuki agenda pertama, mari kita bersama berdoa menurut agama dan kepercayaan kita masing-masing. Berdoa dimulai. Selesai.
No, we ask all the participants to sit up straight and mute the audio to sing the national anthem Indonesia Raya.
Kami mohon kesediaannya untuk berdiri sejenak untuk menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya.
Participate can be seated.
Peserta dipersilahkan duduk.
First agenda is welcome speech from Head of Yayasan Widya Husada Semarang to Mr. Dodi Karyanto Budi Santoso, Bachelor of Technology, Master of Business Administration, Team Employees Air Welcome.
Acara pertama adalah sambutan dari Ketua Yayasan Pendidikan Widyasada Semarang kepada Bapak Dodi Karyanto Budi Santoso, ST MBA MKes. Waktu dan tempat kami persilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our seminar today. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dodi Karyanto Budi Santoso, Bachelor of Science Technology, Master of Business Administration, Magister Kesehatan, as a Chairman of Widyasada Education Foundation. We are honored to have such a distinguished group of speakers and students joining us. Today's event promises an engaging and enlightening experience for all of us. Let's open our mind and hearts to the new ideas as we come together to learn new facts and share knowledge.
Enggak ngerti ya Mas, ngomong apa yang padahal bahasa Inggris. Ini yang
I would like to warmly welcome our guest speakers and facilitators who have generously agreed to share their expertise with us. Mrs. Dr. Hargianti Dini Iswandari, Dr. Gigi Magister Management as a keynote speaker, Mr. Prof. Zainal Arifin Hasibuan, Philosophy of Doctor, Chairman of the Trustee Council of LAM Infocom, Mrs. Edvi Gracia Ardani, EMP, Magister of Pariwisata, Lecturer at Widyasada Semarang University, Mr. Dr. Rifai Chai, Senior Lecturer at Sesborn University of Technology, Australia, Mrs. Zamzaliza Abdul Mulud, Philosophy of Doctor, Senior Lecturer at University Technology Mara, Malaysia, Mr. Enerito M. Klima, RMT, LPT, Philosophy Doctor, Research Consultant at Core Educational Research Center from Philippines, and our moderator, Mrs. Akwartuti Tridama Darmayanti, Magister Kesehatan Masyarakat, MKM, from LPPM, Expert Staff at Stikes Mabaul Ulum Surakarta. Let us all take advantage of this opportunity to grow and learn together. We have an exciting lineup of topics and activities for the day, so let's make the most of it. A big thank you to our organizing committee for putting this seminar together and for all the hard work that went into it. From the Dean, Faculty of Nursing, Business and Technology, Widyasada Semarang University. And let's all work together to create a welcoming and inclusive environment where all voices are heard and respected. So let's begin this journey of learning and discovery together. Thank you for being here. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Mr. Dodi Karyanto Budi Santoso, Bachelor of Technology, Master of Business Administration. The next agenda is presentation from our keynote speaker from Dr. Harjianti Dini Iswandari, Master of Management, Rektor Widya Husada Semarang, Indonesia. To Dr. Harjianti Dini Iswandari, time and place are welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Dodi Karyanto Budi Santoso, STMBA MKes. Acara selanjutnya adalah presentasi pemateri kunci dan secara resmi membuka acara oleh Dr. Hargianti Dini Iswandari, Master of Management, selaku Rektor Universitas Widyasada Semarang. Kepada Dr. Hargianti Dini Iswandari DRG MM, waktu dan tempat kami persilakan.
Terima kasih, Mbak. Good morning. Let me say hello to my friends, but sorry if there is a mistake to pronouncing your name. Yang terhormat Bapak Dodi Karyanto Budi Santoso, STMPA, Ketua Yayasan Widyasada Semarang, Honorable Professor Zainal Arifin Hasibuan, PhD, Chairman of the Trustee Council LAM Infocom Indonesia, Honorable Mr. Enerito, M. Klima RMT, LPT, PhD, Research Consultant at Core Education Research Center, Filipina, Honorable Dr. Rifa Ichai from Swinburne University of Technology, Honorable Dr. Samzaliza Abdul Mulut from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia, Honorable Dr. Evi Gracia Ardani, EMP, MPAR from Universitas Widyasada Semarang, respectfully seminar participant and dear colleagues. It's an honor for me to welcome you all to the International Seminar Technology Transformation for a Better Life, Wednesday, September 27, 2023. Dear guests, on this auspicious occasion, with pride and joy, I would like to give a rather long speech about the condition that occurred in the last decade, with a sociological point of view. Once again, please look at it from different perspectives. The two dashing men are Nokia officials. One is Stephen Elop and the other is Jorma Jako Olila. Never imagined by them that one day this tragedy would occur and Nokia officially withdrew from the competitive smartphone market. At a press conference following Microsoft acquisition of Nokia, Olila said, "We didn't know, we didn't do anything wrong. Yet I don't know why we lost." Yes, Nokia didn't do anything wrong, but the world is becoming increasingly fast. The world is rapidly changing. Nokia, on the other hand, was not prepared for the transformation. They have been lulled, and in the end, they are robbed of their opportunity and can't survive anymore. So, the point I'm trying to make here is that if we don't make the right choice, not exactly when we move or stop, we will experience situation like Nokia and many more. But my dear colleagues, what we are going to talk about here now, it's about life and not about product like Nokia. So I want to see some of this photo. Her name is Charlotte Calmet from France. She is passing away at 122 years and 164 days old. This is Sarah Kraus from United States, passing away at 119 years and 97 days old. And that is a couple from Arciaroli, Italy. In these villages, Many people are elderly and they are still healthy. Some of them are over 100 years old. They were living well and proved to live long. Life expectancy of country population influenced by many things, including how well the quality of life they have. In developed country, the growth of elderly population is not problematic, but not in developing countries or a country with large poor population. You can imagine how much medical expenses must be spent each year. Increasing age will be followed by various problems of aging. Also, increased economic burden due to aging, which is often synonymous with being unproductive. When facing the post-COVID pandemic, inevitably the Indonesian health world must quickly adapt. We must formulate the right solution to face these challenges and change by utilizing digital information technology, both for treatment and handling pandemic that are likely to reappear in the future. As a result, digital information is a key agenda item for promoting the achievement of a healthy Indonesia through the use of data and technology in healthcare. New rules are needed to support the digital health technology landscape, which is currently crowded with multiple participants, so that synergies may be developed and parties do not work alone to improve service quality. As a result, the Indonesian Ministry of Health ultimately announced the blueprint for the digital health transformation strategy in 2021, which will serve as a roadmap for the Indonesian health sector as it transformed. The health technology transformation priority activity itself will be divided into three main activities. The first part of health technology transformation is health data integration and development. It is divided into health data system integration and health big data analytics system development. This activity has the main output of improving the quality of health policies based on accurate, update, and complete data. The integration and development of health service application is the second section. Developing integrated health application, increasing health human resources with health informatics skills, and establishing a centralized health desk at the Ministry of Health are the three program activities for this activity. In each line, this output represents the efficiency of health services in healthcare facilities. The third section is about the development of the health technology ecosystem, telemedicine technology expansion, development of health technology innovation, product ecosystem, and health biotechnology research integration are the three key programs of the Minister of Health in this area. Its goal is to bring governments, universities, industry, and the general public together to form collaboration and an ecosystem of digital health advance. All health services can be integrated through this mapping, resulting in increased effectiveness and interoperability in primary and secondary care, pharmaceutical services and medical devices, national health security, health human resources, health financing, internal management, and biotechnology ecosystem innovation. My dear colleagues, back to the title of the seminar. What kind of better life do we want? Technology really helps facilitate everything. bring the far away, and everything is connected so that it makes it easier to increase knowledge. Modern communication equipment complements the modern lifestyle, such as video calls, video conferencing, and others. Very rapid development in the field of health makes many diseases that were once incurable become curable. As a whole, technological development make the level of human life better. There is one more photo that I want to show you. This is Mr. Geoffrey Hinton, the inventor of artificial intelligence, atau AI. All adored him and thanked him, but not long after that, Hinton is now stepping down from Google and warning the world that AI chatbot could be smarter than humans. The godfather of AI expressed regret because with the development of AI is predicted to be able to threaten humanity. So it's no exaggeration to say that as members of the Indonesian health workforce, we are optimistic that Indonesia will be able to contribute positively to the world of worldwide health in the future. We also hope that the spirit of collaboration based on humanity to create a healthy world would grow as a result of this seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleagues, on this occasion, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the speakers, to the seminar participation, and to all those who have participated in this event. Congratulations on the seminar. May it be useful for both you and your institution. I hope you have an engaging and enriching session ahead. Furthermore, by stating Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I proclaim that the International Seminar Technology Transformation for a Better Life, Wednesday, September 27th, 2023, is officially launched. That's all I've got for now. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harjianti Dini Iswandari, Master of Management. Ladies and gentlemen, before we enter the symposium, we will take a picture together. Please start your video. I will count down until 3.
Terima kasih kepada Dr. Harjianti Dini Iswandari. Sebelum kita memasuki rangkaian acara simposium, kita akan berfoto bersama terlebih dahulu. Silakan peserta untuk membuka video.
Three, two, one. Three, two, one. No, this is what we are waiting for, the main agenda for today, symposium and discussion session. We will remind you the absent for attending we will share in the last session for get certificate. This first session, we will deliver 5 topics. Let's proceed to the discussion, who will led and hosted by Mrs. Ahwartuti Tri Dharmayanti, Master of Health. To Mrs. Ahwartuti Tri Dharmayanti, time and place are welcome.
Saatnya kita masuk ke acara inti. Kami ingatkan bahwa presensi seminar akan dibagikan di akhir acara untuk mendapatkan sertifikat. Sesi simposium dan diskusi akan membahas 5 topik dan akan dipandu oleh Ibu Akwartuti Tri Darmayanti, Magister Kesehatan Masyarakat. Kepada Ibu Akwartuti Tri Darmayanti, kami persilakan.
Okay, thank you so much, Master of Ceremony, Mrs. Almita and Mrs. Marlina. Can you hear my voice very clearly? Ya, terima kasih kepada Master of Ceremony, MC kita, Mbak Almita dan Mbak Marlina. Suara saya sudah dapat terdengar dengan jelas, Mbak? Okay, thank you, Dr. Dini, for your response. I know that my voice is already can hear to all the participants. And thank you so much. It is the honor to me to be your moderator today in this very extraordinary international seminar. I think the seminar is really full of information because it will combine the 3 disciplines of knowledges that there can be advancements of health, technology, and business education in Indonesia. Thank you so much to all the committee. Thank you to Mr. Dodi and also to Dr. Dini for inviting me in this seminar. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our honorable speaker and also the participant, before we start this seminar, I will inform you about maybe several things for our symposium. The symposium or the seminar will take place as a panel. So the discussion will be held at the end of the presentation from our speaker. However, if the speaker has another agenda, then the discussion that will be shared or will be held after the speaker has finishing presenting. Ya, terima kasih kepada tentunya panitia dan juga para dosen di Universitas Widya Husada Semarang yang sudah mengundang saya, dan ini merupakan suatu kehormatan bagi saya untuk bisa menjadi moderator di seminar yang saya rasa ini sangat luar biasa karena akan menggabungkan 3 disiplin ilmu ya, jadi sangat full of information, sangat penuh informasi. Untuknya tentu tujuannya adalah pengembangan dan juga kemajuan bidang kesehatan, teknologi, dan juga bisnis di Indonesia. Nah, sebelum kita memulai seminar, saya akan menginformasikan beberapa hal. Di antaranya yang pertama, seminar atau simposium ini akan berlangsung panel. Jadi diskusinya ada di akhir dari presentasi para speaker. Namun saya juga akan menanyakan terlebih dahulu kepada para speaker jika beliau memiliki agenda lain. Tentunya para international speaker kita adalah orang yang dengan jadwal padat ya. Nah, maka dengan begitu sesi diskusi akan saya buka setelah speaker selesai atau setelah pemateri selesai memberikan presentasi. And the second is very important. The question can be delivered by Zoom chat or WhatsApp in the form, or you can directly send a message to the committee, or you can raise your hand to directly have a communication or directly ask the question to the speakers. Nah, ini sangat penting. Pertanyaannya bisa disampaikan di mana? Nah, pertanyaannya bisa disampaikan atau bisa ditulis di chat Zoom atau di kontak panitia, atau jika Bapak Ibu ingin berdiskusi langsung dengan pemateri, tentunya boleh angkat tangan dan akan diberikan waktu untuk diskusi dengan pemateri. And also we facilitated question in Indonesia, also the bilingual. To maintain the quality of the conference, I will translate the conclusion in English. Ya, untuk memaksimalkan transfer informasi dan juga kami memfasilitasi teman-teman Bapak Ibu sekalian jika ingin bertanya begitu dalam bahasa Indonesia kepada para pemateri tentu masih dipersilahkan. Dan untuk menjaga kualitas dari konferensi ini, saya akan memberikan atau akan mentranslate kesimpulan dari diskusi tersebut dalam bahasa Inggris. Seperti itu ya. Untuk ketentuan presensi sudah disampaikan oleh MC. Again, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished speakers and also participants, let's start the symposium of the seminar with the first speaker, Professor Zainal Arifin Hasibuan. I can see Professor Zainal in this Zoom meeting and I will greet him first. Assalamualaikum. Selamat pagi, Prof. Zainal.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mbak Tuti ya.
Yes,
Good morning.
of course.
Selamat pagi. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Zainal. Thank you, Professor Zainal, for joining with us in this beautiful morning. So we have a good spirit to learn from you. Yeah, before Professor Zainal deliver the material, I will inform you the short of the curriculum vitae from Ya, Zainal berikan materinya, saya akan membacakan sedikit terus saja CV dari Profesor Zainal. Tentunya kita ingin mengenal lebih jelas dan juga ingin tahu lebih dalam terkait pemateri yang luar biasa pada kesempatan pertama, yaitu his full name is Professor Zainal Arifin Hasibuan, Doctor of Philosophy. He is a professor in informatics and also the computer, and he lives in Semarang. You can see the personal contact of the email or the personal cell phone right now on your screen. And for the educational background, Professor Zainal has been graduated in Bachelor from Institut Pertanian Bogor, and also for Master and Doctoral from Indiana University, United States of America. And now he is a professor in computers from Universitas Dian Nuswantoro Semarang. You can see a lot of the professional background and professional activities since 1996. I was 4 years old, Professor Zainal, and you are the lecturer. Saya 4 tahun, Profesor Zainal sudah menjadi seorang guru dan juga sudah menjalani karir profesionalnya. So I cannot read one by one a lot of the information, a lot of experiences that the Professor Zainal do more than 30 years, more than 20 years, almost 30. Ya sudah lebih dari 20 tahun, hampir 30 tahun Profesor Zainal tentunya bergelut atau menjadi seorang profesional di bidang ilmu komputer. Okay, thank you so much for the committee. Okay, I think all the participants now can waiting along so we can learn more from Professor Zainal Arifin Hasibuan. Professor Zainal Arifin, 30 minutes for your presentation time. Time and place are welcome to you.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Tuti. Thank you for all. A very good morning to all the participants in this international conference. It is an honor for me to get a chance to share my experience, my activities, especially in teaching and learning and research in the area of healthcare. Allow me to share the screen. Okay. Hopefully. Okay. Mbak Tuti, can you see my presentation already?
Yes, Professor Zainal, I can see your presentation already, but it's still not full screen. Maybe you can make it full screen first, Professor Zainal.
It is full screen in my side.
Oh, wait.
Is
Yes,
it?
yes, I think it's enough. And now I
Okay.
can see your PowerPoint presentation very clearly. So you can
Okay.
continue your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak
Professor.
Tuti. Okay.
Most welcome.
The titles of my presentation this morning: the roles of technology transformation in digital era, the way forward, entering e-healthcare sectors. I start the slide with the hype cycle for emerging technology in 2022 from Gartner. This is a very interesting hype that everyone can refer to, that the way we interpret this hype is, as we can see, the new technology keep coming up in the near future that influence our daily life. So without we realize or not, a lot of our activities, our communities, activities, our relationship, etc., is very much influenced with the technology around us. So with that, entering the area of healthcare, these technologies that they have predict, and some of them, I think most of them is already in front of us, it can integrate all resources. As the rector mentioned, before, whether it is a data, the technology, the humankind, the medical doctor, etc. It can be integrated much easier as compared to the previous one. So I said here, technology transformation in healthcare, integrating all resources needed, whether it is ambulance, clinics, hospitals, medical doctors, nurse, etc., even medicine, pharmacists, etc. So this is the era where everything cannot work alone. It cannot not what you call a silo, but it should be integrated and it should be coordinated with other entities or with other resources. And also, there is a shifting paradigm in our data, especially that most of the medical doctors or most of the medical data is a reported data that we collected and reported and organized in such a way. There are weaknesses in the reported data. First, for example, lack of time. It's not really a real time. Secondly, lack of integration, because everyone collecting their own data, but missing the link among the data per se, because a lot of data collected actually, what we call it, actually have a hidden connected that Rector just mentioned, everything is connected in this case. So the shifting paradigm from reported data to what we call community-based data. So without we realize, of course, we have to look at the data privacy. We are not aiming to a personal, but we are aiming to the institution, we're aiming to the community-based, etc. Whatever we do, whatever we go, wherever we go, whatever we do, whatever we talk, etc., it can be collected without whether we realize it or not we realize it. Especially the available a lot of channels in social media. And then from there, okay, let's see. Okay, from there, at the same token, I should say, the advancements of technology and knowledge growing exponentially. Previously, we're studying about statistics. Now we're talking about data science. Previously, we're talking about data sample. Now we are talking about big data. So with this big data, with the several types, whether it is image, text, video, numbers, etc., it can be collected together. It can be computed. It can be processed by using a data science approach, and then fit into the artificial intelligence engine, whether it is machine learning or deep learning, and it can be used whether it is a AI-based humanoid robot or automatic smart system. So this is a very new era in the area of healthcare, where all the data with any form, many forms, it can be connected to one another and can be used to improve the performance of healthcare services. So this is the design, more or less, of the system, the power of artificial intelligence, big data, and machine learning. If the presence activities or the presence data show a lot of trend, a lot of disease, etc. And then the doctor or the medical doctors give a treatment. Now it can be reversed. When we detect any signs of disease or any signs of anomalies, etc., the engine can predict what are the things will be happen. So again, it is already proven the power of machine learning to make prediction, and from this prediction, of course, we can formulate the prescription. Prescription should be delivered by the expert. For example, if the sign, just like a diagnosis disease, then the doctor knows what need to be done. But this can be improved by using this automatic smart system. So with everything is data, we can reveal the patterns, interpret the patterns, labels them, and use them to train. Yeah, the underline term here is to train the system for further prediction. So the system can act like an expert. The system can act like medical doctors, etc. Of course, final decision should be in the medical doctor per se. It is just helping the person who in charge in providing healthcare services to improve the quality of their services. So in this illustration, it shows that big data, everything is data. We compute it. It will show patterns. Patterns can be interpreted by the experts, whether it is medical doctors or nurse or etc., and then make decisions what need to be done. So again, with a lot of things change around us, this system can really helpful to help us in making decisions. So before, when the patient go to the doctors, and then after that they have to go to pharmacies, and then after that they have to go to insurance, etc. You can imagine, if one ills, probably they can be more ill because after medical doctors, they have more activity need to be done. But now with the AI approach, with the integrated systems, the smart healthcare, patients-oriented health services. So in this case, all the items that related to the patient come to the patient, not the reverse, not the patient go to all the items that they have to go. So this is also the advantage of this integrating the system. And then from here, let's see what we do, our experience, our research in our institution, Dianus Mantoro, case study for tuberculosis at Semarang. So we use this big data to collect, as you can see here, a lot of data sources we collected from, whether it is primary data or secondary data. And then from there, a lot of work in pre-processing, because the types of the data is vary one another. There are text, there are video, there are numbers, etc. And with this big data, after pre-processing, we compute it, we calculate it, and then we got a patterns like this. For example, we know what are the components that need to be pay attention of, and what are the influence, what are factors that influence those components, etc. Using this methodology in my right side. So from this, we can detect the degree of susceptibility of tuberculosis, tingkat kerentanan ya serangan tuberculosis in one area. We can provide the charts, we can provide the map, and so what is the advantage of having this kind of system? First, the motto of one policy or one program fits all is no longer acceptable, because in this case, one small area may have different degree of susceptibility of tuberculosis as compared to another area. So as we can say here, the treatment or the interventions or the program can be more personalized, so it will be more effective and more efficient by allocating resources that need to be done to the area that have a certain degree of tuberculosis susceptibility. So in this case, it shows the powers of big data, the power of data science, and the power of artificial intelligence in giving a suggestion strong suggestion, robust suggestion, and what need to be done, not only to the medical doctor, but also to the government officials that take care of the health, and also to the community. By looking at this data, by looking at this map, people can be more aware what need to be done. So a lot of things happen by having this result using big data. We're also working in stunting area. This stunting area also very interesting because we are not only rely on reported data, but we are collecting data based on the community, whether monitoring their movement, whether the women or mothers in a village, maybe they go to the market and what the things they buy in the market, and then what they're doing after that, etc., etc. So all of them pertinent to a certain ethnic, pertinent to a certain area. So by having we can understand more why stunting happen in that certain area. So again, this is a very interesting research that we are doing because it's shifting several paradigms. First, it is from reported data to the community-based data. Second is from silo system to integration system. Thirdly, it is continuous every time. Collecting data is not according to the schedule, but it is continuous to collect the data and continuous to compute. So I should say all the result more or less it's in the real-time mode. Okay, so from there, we hope that we can develop integrated e-health system, not only from the transaction processing, but also from management information system up to the executive information system. So all parties, whether they are in the government, whether they're in the community, whether they are in the non-governmental organization, etc., can participate in this system. So in conclusion, technology transformation brings change to our daily life. So we, like it or not, so the change due to big data analytics become more possible when we're talking about big data 5 years ago, not 10 years ago. It's only 5 years ago. It's almost impossible. But now with the technology, with the size of memory and the volumes of data, they're growing every day. So the big data analytics become possible. Big data gather all data from multiple sources. Big data analytics performed by machine learning for further use of machine to learn. So the machine keep learning, unlike human. Maybe the speed of learning, the speed of machine learning is much, much faster than human. Big data analytics also used to formulating effective e-health strategies, which is more personalized, more efficient, and more effective. Data grows subsequently and machine learn more robustly. I think that's all, Mbak Tuti, that I can present this morning. Hopefully it'll benefit to all of you. Lebih kurang mohon maaf kalau ada yang kurang pas. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all of you.
Thank you so much, Professor Rizal. No, it's a very important information. Ready or no, the world will change, and Indonesia also must follow the improvement of the technology. So, Professor Zainal, we have one question. Yes, one question. In the first question, in chat Zoom from Mr. Bagus. Okay, I will inform you first, Professor Zainal. This is the free seminar, so general people can join with us. So I think is this the question not from health workers, not from maybe the businessman or everything. He is a police. Okay, okay. Mr. Bagus is a police advisor in Indonesia. So he asks about the data security. Indonesia is facing a data security crisis. He wants to ask, an artificial intelligence or AI has the potential to be solution for data security crisis or even a danger for the security of a big data? Maybe Professor Zainal can directly answer the question from our participant. Professor Zainal, time and place are welcome.
Okay, thank you for the question, Mas Bagus. Salam kenal, salam hormat saya to Pak Bagus ya. It's a very good question, but let us look at from the other side. That like it or not, whether we have power or not, the big data is there. Yeah, the big data is there. We cannot prevent it. We cannot control events. We cannot control, especially with the growth of social media. I was surprised, probably Pak Bagus, if you're interested in working on information security, I
Yeah.
will show you how unsecure us because of this technology. That's maybe also related to the to our education, to our understanding about how important our private data, if it is available in the internet. You guys can, Pak Bagus, you can easily find, just type KTP, for example. You will get a lot of KTP in internet.
National identification card, yeah. So
Right.
all Indonesian people have it.
Right. Not only that, Mbak Tuti, just type ijazah. You will
Oh,
get a lot of ijazah from the internet, See, those are a very private information. Those are very valuable information, but people make it available. Maybe my KTP also already in the internet, because sometime if I have presentation like this, but today asking me my KTP because you want to transfer amount of money, for example. Probably after that I cannot control whether whoever I send my KTP, they will put it in the social media. I cannot control. But again, as a result of this, as we can see, a lot of crimes coming up. Like I think lately very famous with pinjol, pinjol. They're acting like our friend. They're acting like our member of family. They're acting about our close neighbors and asking money and borrow money, etc. And they know our language, our talk, our behavior, etc. Because maybe he or she already in our one of the WhatsApp group that we don't know. Yeah, so a lot of things, Pak Bagus. Again, what you call that? Semakin pintar kita mengelola data security kita, semakin pintar juga orang yang mau berbuat jahat terhadap data security kita. Ya.
The smarter hackers.
Yes. So we're racing with the bad and the good. With the good and the bad, Pak Bagus. So here come the artificial intelligence. This artificial intelligence promise to help community, to help us to prevent from having such a victim of the crime, for example. That's from the criminal point of view, because Pak Bagus is the police. But from the medical doctors, from the medical services, we can predict, we can prevent something that can be happen if we just let it go. It will happen. It will give us a bad effect, a bad impact. So we can prevent. So these are the promise of AI. Three things. First, we can have fast curative, maybe in police, fast action, cepat gitu aksinya, almost real time we call it. Secondly, this is the most important things, preventive, Mbak Tuti. So before it's happened, you can prevent it, and artificial intelligence promise it. And the third one, promotive, Mbak Tuti. So we can educate our society, for Mas Bagus, how we can educate the society. So be careful with their personal data. For the Mbak Tuti working in the around the medical services, you can educate the society how to live healthily, healthy life, etc., etc. Something like that, Mbak Tuti. So again, that's the promise of AI. Whether or not we can utilize it depend on us, Mbak Tuti. So I'm glad that USADA, Universitas yang Mbak Tuti ini kita melakukan penelitian di bidang kesehatan, and hopefully Pak Bagus atau Mas Bagus nanti ikut di dalam data security, personal data security. Stop by in our office, Pak Bagus, at Dian Nuspantoro. You can easily find me, so we can have a lot of chat about that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Jainal. I think the possibility of the threats, it's always exists, but it doesn't mean we stop to improve or to fixing the artificial intelligence in our life. Something like that, Professor Zainal, I can have a conclusion from your explanation. Jadi memang threat atau ancaman itu selalu ada, tapi bukan berarti kita berhenti gitu ya, Prof. Zainal ya. Berhenti untuk mengembangkan teknologi, terutama AI begitu kan. Dan the most important that we must do is, of course, we must to have a preventive, also and promotive active action, and then we must have a good collaboration or good cooperation with the community who have the personal data. Jadi kita juga harus punya ini ya Pak Prof. Zainal, kolaborasi yang bagus ya dengan masyarakat yang memiliki data personal tersebut, sehingga harus diterus kata Prof. Zainal dipromosikan, diajarkan masyarakat agar tidak semudah itu gitu ya memberikan data-data pribadinya. I think it is the same question with Mrs. Elkana, but we still have a question. Is it still possible, Professor Zainal?
Of course.
Okay, thank you so much. The question comes from Mr. Hans. Good morning, Mrs. Dini and Mr. Dodi. Good morning also to Mr. Han. Okay, the full name is Handaru Kusbiantoro, or Mr. Han is an education worker. And then he's very interesting with the topic and also the seminar today. I happen to be participating in the DTS 2023 Fundamental Big Data Program with Alibaba Code. Oh, Mr. Han participating in the before or in the others Fundamental Big Data Program with Alibaba. The organization with ComInfo. What I want to ask is what the difference between big data and cloud computing. Data, how to improve our ability to learn big data, and cloud computing, so that is a person is not outdated feathers. Thank you. So what the difference is between a big data and cloud computing, and how can we improve our ability to learn big data and also the cloud computing? I think this is the question. Okay, Professor Zainal, maybe you can answer.
Okay, Mas Hans, big data is a data. Jadi if you're talking about data like number, name, it's a data. Cloud computing is infrastructures. It is like a server in the cloud. Actually, physically, it placed somewhere, tapi penggunaannya seolah-olah di atas awan. So it is not the different, but it is the relationship between big data and cloud computing. Because of this big data so big and involve a lot of parties, person, institutions, record all activities. For example, whether it is a medical record, our Grab, Gojek, our whatever. Instead of storing it in one place, it is storing it in the cloud, but the cloud per se have infrastructure everywhere. We don't know. Depends on the providers. Usually they make it unknown, because if the infrastructure known, it is easily to attack physically. Yeah. So, but the provider hide it. For examples, Mas Han, you already use a cloud computing for your Facebook. So whatever photo you upload, it is a data. A lot of photo you upload, it is a big data with a comment. But where do you store it? It's not in your computer. It is in the cloud. So the provider of Facebook provide you a place to store your photo. That's what we call cloud computing. It is an infrastructure where you store your big data. So how you can learn so you are not outdated? Well, join this conference, for example, see, you learn something. Also join other conference. But beside that, a lot of material in YouTube, you just simply type big data or cloud computing, a lot of video, a lot of papers, spend your time to listen to it and read it. I think one more, Pak Basuki ada pertanyaan ini Mbak Tuti ya.
Ya, betul.
Apakah
Apakah telemedicine
health
dan
sama telemedicine ada regulasinya? See, I'm not a lawman, Mas Basuki gitu. Ya. Sorry, but we know that health services, or you go to Posyandu, Puskesmas, and one of the issues, how to speed up the services, how to improve the quality of services, and those are things can be provided through telemedicine and telehealth. Thank you, Mbak Tuti.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Zainal Hasibuan. You have answered all the question about it's not differences, but the relation. We have a relation about big data and also the cloud. The cloud is the storage for your data, and also about the telemedicine and the telehealth, about the regulation. I think Mr. Basuki thinking about the regulation from our Ministry of Health, something like that, maybe.
Yeah.
I think it's maybe the Ministry of Health and I think our government is ready to have a regulation to make sure about the telemedicine, telehealth, and others, maybe internet or internet-based data or internet-based, maybe we can say internet-based treatment. Ya, Pak,
Tapi
ya.
Mbak,
Iya, kalau di kita treatment ya Bu Dini ya, kayaknya kalau telehealth, telemedicine itu kan lebih ke treatment dan juga data, dan saya rasa pemerintah kita udah mulai bersiap ini. Kalau yang ditanya dengan mungkin kebijakan gitu ya, kebijakannya ya mungkin memang masih butuh waktu, tapi saya rasa ada ya Bu ya.
sudah ada Mbak, tadi
ada ya.
sudah ada tadi slide 2 di atas blueprint tadi.
Di atas blueprint itu memang sudah disiapkan, mungkin
Yang tadi sudah.
kesiapannya RT RW. Nah ini,
Nah,
the
itu yang
human
belum.
research. Ya, Prof. Zainal ya, human research. We must promote the artificial intelligence or telemedicine, telehealth to the humans, to the operator, to the medical personnel. Ya, jadi kayaknya memang SDM-nya ini yang belum begitu siap, tapi saya rasa sudah, dan kita mau nggak mau, kata Prof. Zainal juga akan dan harus ya Dokter Dini ya belajar. Makanya ini bagus sekali, ini ada international seminar digabungkan antara teknologi, kesehatan, dan juga bisnis. Jadi jangan sampai saya ini sebagai orang kesehatan ini buta teknologi gitu, Prof. Zainal. Kadang-kadang begitu. Karena kadang-kadang seperti itu, almost health workers or health professional is very difficult to use and to make sure they can improve the maybe artificial intelligence or telemedicine. Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Han and Mr. Bagus say thank you directly to Professor Zainal. Thank you for the explanation. Hopefully we can chat again later, Mr. Bagus. And then thank you from Mr. Han for the insight regarding the knowledge. Okay, I think it's a very, very full of
There is
information.
one more raise hand. I don't know whether I still have time.
Yes,
Dr. Ari.
we still have 1 minute, but okay, it's no problem. Dr. Ari Dina Permana Citra, raise hand. So Dr. Dina, you want to say something or ask something to Professor Zainal? You can.
Thank you, Mrs. Kwartuti.
Yes.
Hello, good morning, Prof. Zainal, Prof. Ucok ya. We call
Yeah.
him Prof. Ucok. Okay, I will ask, what's your opinion about disrupt AI disrupt human resource or meringankan pekerjaan atau meringankan pekerjaan dari pekerjaan manusia itu.
For helpful, yes, about
Yeah.
the
Okay, Mbak Ari, ya, I can say in a simple
Ibu.
word. I can say in a simple word, live with it.
Oh.
Okay, you know what I mean? Live with it. Kita hidup dengan ya udah hidup bersama itu gitu. So it depends on us whether we can utilize it for a good things or for a bad things. Just like a knife with a two sets of blades, ya. Jadi bisa untuk buat kebaikan, bisa meringankan kita dan bisa memberatkan kita. So again, the solution for the live with it is education. So we have to improve our understanding about what the AI can do and what the AI cannot do. Yeah. So we think AI can do everything. No, it's not. Yeah. AI can do everything. Yeah. Whenever it is being taught by human, taught by humans. So depends on the intentions of the human or the experts, whether they want to make wealth of his own, ya, atau dia mau memperkaya diri, atau dia ingin berkuasa, atau they really want to help. Ya, so that's why ChatGPT do not prevent your student using ChatGPT. Let alone they use ChatGPT, yeah. But teach them what ChatGPT can do and what is the limitation of ChatGPT. So the role of human being in this case still needed, still exists. That's something that we have to teach our society, our environments. I should say final decision, even though, as I mentioned, we have smart healthcare systems, but final decision should be from the experts, whether it is medical doctors, etc. Not only for those specific things, but for our daily life, the decision making still human being. You, me, Mbak Tuti, whether or not we'll go to mall this afternoon, yeah, it's depend on us. Even though Google, all the ads, advertisements saying that in that mall now is a discount 75%, for example, even 90%, ya, sehingga orang berbondong-bondong ke sana begitu ya. Nanti ada pengaruh-pengaruh AI di situ yang membuat promosinya semakin menarik, sehingga kita yang memutuskan pergi apa tidak kita. Yeah, something like that. So again, the dangers of this, the advance of the technology and knowledge is not really followed by the level of our understanding about that knowledge and technology. So that's our duty, maybe, Mbak Ari, as a lecturers, as a researchers, how we can educate our society.
Yes, thank you,
Mungkin
Prof.
itu Mbak
Zainal.
Tuti. Ya.
Siap dong, Profesor
Okay, thank
Zainal
you,
dan
Prof. Zainal.
Siap, Dr. Ari. But we must still remember, we create artificial intelligence. No, artificial intelligence will create us. Something like
Yes.
that, Dr. Ari.
Yes,
That's nice quotation, Mbak Tuti.
Ya, kita yang ciptain. Jadi jangan sampai
Ya.
kita ciptakan
Ya.
dan dikendalikan. Siap. Terima kasih, Profesor Zainal. I
Jadi,
think it's very interesting. Ya, bagaimana, Dokter? Silakan, Dok.
Depend on human, for easy duty or make it lazy, ya, lazy
Yeah.
human.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very
Oke.
Thank you, Dr. Dina.
Thank
And
you
also,
ya.
yes, Professor Zainal is very interesting discussion, but we still have a limitation of the time. I hope we can meet again and discussing again about the internet technology and improvement. And before you continue your agenda, our rector, Dr. Dini Iswandari, will send you the certificate and also will say thank you to Professor Zainal. Okay, to Dr. Dini Iswandari And the committee, you can share the certificate. Dr. Dini, time and place are yours.
Nanti saya datang sendiri jemput ke sana maunya Bu Rektor.
Atau saya yang nganter lah, Prof.
Iya.
Nanti
Ini
aku kualik
masa
nanti.
kita satu kota dikasih melalui digital nih.
Iya.
Oke, nggak apa-apa ya. Untuk
Untuk Prof.
pembukaan
Zainal,
aja.
terima
Oke.
kasih sudah berpartisipasi dan membantu mencerahkan kami begitu. Dari awal saya sudah katakan tadi, Prof, cobalah melihat dari sisi yang berbeda begitu. Karena kalau teknologi itu ya maju terus, tapi
Iya.
apakah sosiologi kita itu sudah sesuai? Kemudian better life seperti apa yang mau kita harapkan itu?
Betul.
Jangan-jangan orang-orang yang tanpa teknologi pun better life gitu, karena memang kondisinya mendukung begitu.
Iya, iya.
Tapi at least matur nuwun sangat Prof.
Sami-sami.
Zainal, saya serahkan sertifikat dari kampus untuk panjenengan. Matur nuwun, Prof.
Sami-sami Bu Rektor, terima kasih. Sertifikatnya saya terima dengan senang hati.
Okay, maybe take a picture together, Professor Zainal and Dr. Dini, and then the committee will capture our maybe our good or the best, yes, the best style. Okay, yeah. Okay, I will counting until 3, and the committee will screenshot 1, 2, 3. Best smile. Okay, thank you so much, Professor Zainal Hasibuan and Dr. Dini.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good
Saya izin
morning.
undur diri ya, mau ngajar
Matur nuwun,
dulu
Prof.
nih.
Matur
Bu
nuwun.
Rektor.
Matur
Sampai
Terima
ketemu
kasih,
ya.
Prof.
Halo ya. Oke.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our honorable participant, this is really interesting. Also, our first speaker, Professor Zainal, tell us about the artificial intelligence, and also we will continue again to the discussion with our second speaker. We call it, and I can see her in the Zoom, Mrs. Edvi Gracia Ardani. Good morning, Miss Edvi.
Very good morning, Mbak Tuti. Good
Okay.
morning, Bu Dini, Pak Dodi, dan Bapak Ibu sekalian.
Okay. Today, Mrs. Edvi will teach us, or will talking about something like business. Is this right, Mrs. Edvi?
Yes.
Kita mau bicara tentang bisnis ya. Tadi sudah berbicara tentang teknologi tentunya, dan sekarang kita juga akan berbicara tentang bisnis. Okay, it is very interesting about this international seminar because we can get more than one information in one field of the discipline. Jadi ini sangat menarik ya, dari seminar ini bukan hanya satu ya, tapi bisa dapat beberapa informasi menarik dari berbagai disiplin ilmu. Maybe before Mrs. Edvi give you the information, or we can starting the presentation, I will show and read a short curriculum vitae from Mrs. Edvi Gracia Ardani, because we have a lot of the participants outside the Widya Husada Semarang University. Yeah, Mrs. Dr. Candidate Edvi Gracia Ardani, she is the entrepreneurship senior lecturer from Widya Husada Semarang University, and also a certified entrepreneur mentor and a project management office in Campus Merdeka. She have a background experience in project, entrepreneur, and also the educator. She get the doctor candidate in business communication and also master degree of tourism, even in business, Babson Global Entrepreneurship Educator Certificate, and Wardani Foundation Certificate Trainer. And a lot of the professional experiences in maybe seminar, in the business, in local, national, or international, that I cannot read one by one. So I think a lot of the participants waiting for your information about the entrepreneurship business and related to the technology and also the health education. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, Professor Dr. Edvi Gracia. How can I call you? Miss Edvi, Miss Gracia, or Miss Ardani?
Edvi, very good.
Miss Edvi. Okay, Dr. Edvi. Okay, you ready for the presentation?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, 30 minutes for your time, Dr. Edvi, for the presentation. Time and place, all welcome to you.
Okay, thank you very much, our lovely moderator. Once again, very good morning, Ibu Dini, the Rector of University of Widya Husada Semarang. And very good morning, Prof. Ucok. Maybe he has left already. We met like almost a month ago with Prof. Ucok, but I didn't have time to and all academicians and also students and of course all participants in this international webinar. Today, I would like to talk about digital business, which please allow me to share my screen. Yes. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes, I can see your screen, Mrs. Edvi, very clearly.
Okay, thank you. So, as the title of our international webinar today is Technology Transformation for a Better Life, I would like to give some insights to all the participants about how this technology transformation can be considered as a business opportunity. So the title of my session today is Digital Business. And as mentioned by the moderator earlier about my background, of course, my background is in entrepreneurship. And the thing that can be seen in this slide about the certified entrepreneur mentor, I'm being actually certified by BNSP for pendamping wirausaha in Indonesia. And right now I am also one of the member of Project Management Office in Kampus Merdeka in the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology. So to start our session today, I would like to start with a quote about how a digital business landscape is being seen. As we know that embracing digitalization is not easy, exploring new business models and also using technologies for cost efficiency, and then gathering also the data that we have also discussed earlier with Prof. Zainal, and providing a better customer experience. They're all the keys of digital business landscape. We cannot actually talk about digital business without thinking about what is the purpose of the business and how it can be beneficial for our customer. So about this digital business, I have an overview that we are going to discuss today, which is I see the digital business as we can see all the logos on the slides. Halodoc, Gojek, Amazon, Airbnb, those are the digital business that create values for the customers and create something new to be offered to the customers. So as we can see that a digital business is actually a company that uses all digital technologies that can be used to reinvent the business models. Like we can see over here, Gojek is actually coming from the term ojek in Indonesia. So developing Gojek is actually reinventing business models. And then the second thing is about transforming products. So what we can see on this slide, we have Halodoc. Halodoc is actually a service platform that is created to enhance the interaction between doctors and their patients. So transforming the product into a technology like Halodoc is actually transforming the service products into an interaction without seeing each other. And the third thing that is applied into digital technology business is actually enhancing customer experience. It is true that whenever we need something, we need a medicines, or we need to go somewhere with a motorbike or with object, without those applications, we will have to put more effort to get the medicines, and we will have to have more effort to find an object. So with digital platform, we actually give more experiences to the customers. So basically, we can actually see that digital businesses create new value and business opportunities that traditional businesses cannot offer. So by offering new services, it creates new customers experience. So let's talk a little bit about how Gojek was being developed. As we know that the idea of Gojek, it came from the term ojek in Indonesia, which is refers to motorbike, like a taxi, that commonly found throughout Indonesia in the corners of the street next to our house. So our Mas Menteri Nadiem Makarim, who is the founder of Gojek, was an avid ojek user and discovered that ojek drivers spend most of their time waiting for customers, while customers waste their time walking around to look for an ojek that is available. So Nadiem wanted to create a platform, but the problem is that he doesn't know yet how the platform is supposed to be developed. So finally, by considering that customers should be connected to the ojek drivers, he co-founded Gojek in 2010. And the company started with only 20 motorbike drivers. The service is operated with a phone line. And it lasts for 5 years until he creates the new apps of Gojek. So Gojek launched its app in 2015 in January. And it has become popular very quickly. And there are like 30 million downloads straight away during the first 2 years. So the journey of Gojek is becoming very interesting because it is actually developed according to the needs of the customers and the wants of the customers. So the company's mission was actually to increase the income of the ojek drivers, but also to give an easy life, a better life for all the consumers or the customers of an ojek. So from here, we can see that to build a huge unicorn like Gojek, we need to know that everything is started from scratch, from nothing to something. So as we can learn over here that Gojek is started with zero, with nothing, zero ideas. Nadiem Makarim didn't know how to do that platform, but he has the idea. That's the most important thing. So the second unicorn that we can see over here is Halodoc. It is more related to the healthcare. Halodoc is an Indonesian technology company that serves in the field of health teleconsultation. And Halodoc was founded actually in 2016, and we are now in 2023, and it has been now about more than 7 years. And the idea of establishing Halodoc arose from the experience that the founder, Jonathan Sudarta, was trying to find a doctor in at 2 o'clock in the morning because his daughter was sick. So because of that, he has the idea to relate or to connect all the doctors with all the possible patients. And right now, Halodoc connects people with licensed doctors, insurance companies, laboratories, pharmacies, and it is only through one mobile platform, one mobile applications, and also it can be accessed through website. And people can talk to doctors, people can actually buy medicines through the applications 24/7. So, ladies and gentlemen, Halodoc has been successfully built, and it is very effective, time effective, scalable, and stable. And also, it simplifies access to healthcare by connecting millions of patients with licensed doctors, insurance laboratories, and pharmacies. So it is also a unicorn that is successfully developed in Indonesia. So as we can see that we have seen two different kind of digital business. We can also see that digital business it's not only Gojek and Halodoc. So there are various digital business models that companies can adopt. It can be a social media content marketing, can be web designs, can be online retail. Online retail can be is also the category of Halodoc because they're selling medicines. Super apps like Gojek, Halodoc, Amazon, and many others. Industry consulting like Halodoc, virtual assistants as well. It is like Gojek. So, ladies and gentlemen, everything over here in digital business is trying to leveraging the platform in order for the customers to be to have a better life, to have an easier life, if I may say. So with all these digital business models, we can actually grab the opportunity of the business. And what's the benefit actually about having a digital business? We may see that there are a lot of benefits and opportunities for the customers, and it's not only for the customers but also for the business owners, of course, for the profit that he would actually make. The benefit of digital business, the first benefit is actually better customer engagement. Why it is giving a better customer engagement? Digital technology is actually giving the opportunity for people to reconnect and connect and reconnect again without having to see each other. And if you have your handphone and you have all the chat apps like WhatsApp, Telegram, and many other chat apps, it seems to be that you talk with someone, and because you chat with those people very often, you will feel that you are very close to them, even though they are not in the same place. Like, for example, this Zoom meeting as well, it is something that is actually giving a better customer engagement. It is giving a better people engagement. So we can engage without having to meet each other, but we can still discuss about many things. So with digital business, a better people engagement is being created. The second benefit is that, or the opportunities is that there is a disruptive business models. What does it mean? It means that the traditional business models that needs to that people needs to people need to see each other. And for example, if you would like to see a doctor, you have to make an appointment with him or with her. And if the schedule doesn't match, you need to find another doctor that you may most probably not really comfortable with. So digital business actually disrupt that business model. With HelloDoc, for example, you can actually consult many things with the doctor as if you meet the doctor in the hospital or in his cabinet. So this lead to a new growth and meaningful differentiation in business, because anything that we do in business, and if you would like your business to be sustainable, you need a differentiation over there. So even though the word is negative here, that business model is being disrupted, but there is an opportunity over here to make your business sustainable. The third benefit is innovative products and experiences. As we seen earlier, that our products, when it is displayed in our shop or in our outlet, people who come will see, but people who don't come, they will not see. So if you have a digital business, it gives the opportunity to more people to see your products. And you can also create some experiences through many other medias, like videos, for example. And then you can also use the chat feature in your apps. So it is actually giving the opportunity for any entrepreneur to become innovative in their products and experiences for the customers. The fourth benefits and opportunities is new growth and economic value. You know, as an entrepreneur, we need to think about growth. We need to think about values that we deliver to our customers. So this is the opportunity for us as an entrepreneur to give more economic value to the customers. Like, I don't know whether you follow the news about how Tanah Abang in Jakarta is very slow in business. And this is not good for these offline stores. But if you see in the online stores, you actually can see a lot of products with very low price. And it is lower than in an offline stores. So it does mean that online business is actually a new growth, a new perspective to give a better economic value to the customers. And the fifth benefits of and opportunities of digital business is actually creating competitive edges. Digital businesses create competitive edges by combining digital and physical resources. Of course, we cannot actually even the digital should be having physical resources involving in the business. So the combination of digital and physical resources, it will be building a comparative and competitive advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, we have seen the benefits and opportunities of digital business, but we haven't seen the challenges. There are so many challenges actually in digital business because it is not an easy business to develop or to build. The most challenge that is encountered by many people are lack of change management strategy. This is the first point over here, as you may see. What happened is that if we're not ready with the management strategies, it will be difficult for a company to be developed and to be actually grown. And then the second thing, which is challenging for digital business, is actually the insufficient budget for digital initiative. And the third thing that we have also talked about with Prof. Zainal earlier is the security concerns with the question of one of the police officer here. The security concerns is also something that usually very challenging in digital business. However, we can see that between digital business and entrepreneurship is very close. So how can we actually face all the challenges that we would meet in digital business? So this is one of my research with some of my colleagues, Dewa Broto and Indrianti in 2020. We have actually researched in how entrepreneurship can be actually maintained, how an entrepreneur can be growing and with sustainability that is ensured. So in order to ensure the sustainability of our business as an entrepreneur, first of all, we need to enhance our mindset into entrepreneurial mindset. How entrepreneurial mindset is being developed will depend on each one of us. We cannot actually depend on somebody else to develop our entrepreneurial mindset. This framework of entrepreneur sustainable growth can be considered to make that happen. So as an entrepreneur, the first thing we have to ensure is our spiritual mastery. That comes in Indonesia with our each one's religion that teach us how to be kind to other people. So in the spiritual mastery, there is the purpose of the business that should be actually considered. The purpose of your business will be questioned in this stage. Is it about our wealth only? Or is your business beneficial for other people or for all many people? And the spiritual mastery has to be actually considered the most important part, because all entrepreneurs have to know how to develop their business with a very determined or well-defined purpose of the business. So, ladies and gentlemen, the second mastery in this framework is the leadership mastery. The leadership mastery includes the process of how we make decisions during our business process, and also how we face all the challenges in our business. Leadership mastery is also very important in this entrepreneur sustainable growth. The next mastery is entrepreneurial mastery. This is more about the risks that has to be taken by an entrepreneur in building their business. The third mastery is research mastery. We actually do not need to become a researcher as like a professor or any other researchers. What we need to do is that we need to know that research is very important for our business. And we need to know how to dive the needs and wants of our customers in the market. And the last mastery, that we need to know is actually business mastery. It includes accounting, marketing, management areas, and many other things. And as an entrepreneur, we don't need to know the details about how an accountant works, or the details that is mentioned in the clauses in the government regulations. The most important thing is that we need to know how to be well equipped to manage our business. Ladies and gentlemen, over here I have a very in Japanese, ruwet. Everyone face the same conditions. In our head, there are so many ideas that we need to manage. Do not worry, because it is a normal situation. You have a lot of ideas in your head, and you need to know how to get it done. You need to know how to transform this idea into your business, of course. So the strategy is to identify new business opportunity. Of course, you need to talk to your customers. You need to conduct market research. You need to observe what is going on in the business area you are in. You need to analyze your competition. You need to analyze the external factors. What happened in the environment of your fields. It is also very important. And you need to know, and you need to look at other markets. Ladies and gentlemen, experience is not happening like that. Experience needs to actions to be done. So the strategy is to grab the opportunity of this digital business landscape. You have to know, and you have to understand your market and customers. By knowing your market and your customers, you will be able to enhance the digital business into a business that is actually answering the market needs. And when you embrace the digitalization and cloud technologies, it can reduce many barriers for your business, and it provides a solid foundation for digital transformation. Why? Because with digital transformation, with technology transformation, you will be able to actually widen your target market, not only in your area, in your city, but also in other regions. Even you can actually widen your your target market internationally. This is something that you need to think about. So stay agile and adaptive. You need to hear what is going on outside your business area or your field. You need to focus on creating and capturing what digital value can be delivered to our customers. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not about the ideas, but it is about making ideas happen. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, maybe the moderator can manage the Q&A process after all the speakers present. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Edvi Gracia. It's really interesting and full of information. Myths in the rise of young people in Indonesia open their digital business. Yes, the phenomena in Indonesia right now, all the young people, the young, maybe it is Gen Z, opening their digital business, but no longer the business is closed. But because what? Because the digital business is not about the opening the business. We need a lot of the analysis that Mrs. Edvia says before. It's very interesting, and I believe a lot of information and a lot of the people wondering about the digital business, but we still keep until the discussion in the panel session. Thank you, Ms. Edvi, and Ms. Edvi still joining with us until the end of this seminar. And then, ladies and gentlemen, our honorable participant, we will continue to the third speaker. It is an international speaker. I'm really waiting for him because his topic is really, really interesting, and we need his expertise and his knowledge. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will ask you about, and I will greet Mr. Rifai Chai. Good morning in Indonesian time, Mr. Rifai. Mr. Rifai, Amin. Halo Pak Rifai, selamat pagi.
Kok kayak nggak connect ya, Mbak?
Yeah, Mr. Rifai, still cannot hear your voice. Maybe something
Can you hear me
happened.
now?
Yes, I can
Oh,
hear
okay.
your voice right
Yeah.
now. Your speaker is already done and a good volume. Good morning, Mr. Rifai.
Good morning, everyone, Indonesia, and also good day for everyone if from other countries.
Yes, actually, Dr. Rifai come from Borneo, from West Kalimantan. Ya, sebenarnya Pak
That's
Rifai
right.
ini berasal dari Kalimantan Barat. Jadi ini senang sekali ya Pak Rifai. I'm really happy. One of the Indonesian can have a provisional and also can be lecture in Australia. Okay, before we start learn about the artificial intelligence in healthcare with Dr. Rifai Chai, I will read a short curriculum vitae from Dr. Rifai Chai so all the participants can know him. And also we have a lot of participants not only in healthcare, business or in technology. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Rifai Chai received the Bachelor in Engineering degree from Krida Wacana Christian University atau UKRIDA di Jakarta, Indonesia in 2000, and the PhD degree in Engineer from the University of Technology Sydney in Sydney, Australia in 2014. And from 2000 to 2011, he has worked as an electronic product development engineer with companies in Indonesia and Australia. Currently, he is working as academic director international and senior lecturer with School of Software and Electrical Engineering in Swinburne University of Technology in Melbourne, Australia. Also, his research interests are artificial intelligence, brain-computer interfaces, rehabilitation, medical technologies, and autonomous system. Currently, he is a senior member of IEEE and serves as associate editor for electronic letters. I'm very proud one of Indonesian can be a lecturer and also can improve the artificial intelligence. We will learn more. I prepare my book and my pen to write the information from Dr. Rifai Chai. Dr. Rifai Chai, 30 minutes for your presentation time. Time and place are welcome to you.
Thank you, Ibu Titi. Let me share my screen first. All right, can everybody see the slide from screen?
Yes, I can see your PowerPoint presentation very clearly, Professor.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you.
Most
First of all, I would like to thanks to the committee, directly to Ibu Rector as well, Ibu Dini, for the invitation. It's very honest to me to give a presentation as a speaker here. This is the invitation from Faculty of Nursing, Business and Technology, Widya Husada, Semarang University. The theme of the internet seminar is about the technology transform a better life. So it's aligned with the topic. So today I will need to cover about the AI in the healthcare, or basically health technology. And as the introduction from Ibu Tuti, I'm actually from Indonesia. My hometown is from Singkawang, Kalimantan Barat. And I'm an academic at Swinburne University Technology, Melbourne, Australia. So let's get this one started. Let me get into the introduction first. So in the health revolution, it started from the industrial revolution. So they have the direct proportion to the health revolution as well, as you can see from the slide here. So we started from the industry 1.0, you know, when we have the industrial revolution 1.0, we have a steam and water as the energy, and you can see as well how we revolutionize the healthcare technology. And based on, you can see here, the treatment is evidence-based treatment. The doctor, you know, provide the diagnosis and also treatment as well. Everything based on evidence for the treatment. And you can see with the Industrial Revolution 2.0, when we have the invented the electric,
then you can see as well the invention and the technology come to the health with the electric as well. Everything using the electric. Even until now, the industry, the medical technology, and other kind of technology as well. And it comes to the 3.0 when we have the computer revolutions. We have companies, Microsoft, and other companies as well, and it's starting to have the automation in industry and also in the health. And at the moment, we are in the era of the Industrial Revolution 4.0, which is the cyber physical system. One of the things that covered by Ibu Edvi is about the e-health. The Hello Doc is quite interesting presentation from Ibu Edvi. That's it's part of the health 4.0 as well. You can see it's an e-health, digitizations of the health industry. But now come to the future. So, but in Industrial 4.0, we're starting to have the AI a little bit now. But the prediction for the future of the Industrial Revolution will be fully AI. So it will be more human machine interface in terms of the industry. Then we come to the health revolution. You can see here is more because it's fully AI. We can go to the more precise measurement. So it will become more personalization. So customer or patient individual focus of the, if you come to the business model, will be on that direction in the future. So you can see in my research as well, a few of my research related to the health. So I will present about 4 research projects because we have only around 30 minutes here. I'll cover like a summary at the top level. So maybe later on in the future, we can go more detail of the project when we have more discussion or presentation in the future. So there are 4 research projects from my groups. One is talking about the physiotherapist applications, so low back pain assessment and rehabilitation. The second project is about the glucose, so non-invasive hypoglycemia, or basically it's the low blood sugar detection. And third one is about the application of mental fatigue. I will present here in the application for driver fatigue. But there are a lot of application that can come from this mental fatigue detection. And the last one is about the brain control wheelchair for people with disability. So let's start this one by one. So this is for the low back pain research and assessment and rehabilitation. This is still new, so I do have few research students, probably around 3 to 4 PhD students working on the same topic, but different field. Okay. So the idea here, we know in a back pain, chronic low back pain, there's a lot of people affecting. But the problem here is, the assessment and the therapy or the rehabilitation is not clear at the moment. Normally, when you have low back pains, you have to go to, for example, for the therapy, the physiotherapist. But normally they're doing the way they're doing assessment is they don't have a proper quantification or they can't have they can't qualify or quantify further the assessment. So they haven't used a proper technology in terms of the assessment yet at the moment. The same thing as well with rehabilitation as well. So some of them just based on the physio, maybe muscle-based therapies, but something that we can look in it. That's why we go more deeply in this research. And for example, in a few of my research topics, this is still early. That's why I don't present very detailed. There are a few publications already published from my group. For example, one of them, we try to use the AI. Okay, the AI part of the back pain assessment. So in early stage, for example, people go to the physio, then we can have the artificial intelligence try to cluster them. So one of our publication is we try to cluster them into which particular group that we can provide a proper therapy. Because the idea will be a precision assessment of precision therapy at the end. So then if you can cluster them, and from that therapy, then the physio can provide a different or more precise therapy to each of the patient. That's the idea. So I do have an initial publication, journal publication on the AI-based clustering for these back pains assessment. I do have a PhD student working on biomechanics modeling as well, because instead of the AI, we can go in terms of the biomechanic modeling. So we can see what's going on, how we can model the muscle activity as well. And that can be another kind of assessment. We can have a look, and we can compare that on with the AI base as well. I think this can be interesting for the future or ongoing research from our group. And the idea later on will be combined with exoskeleton. So I don't have a publication related to this one. It's still ongoing. One PhD student working on the designing on the exoskeleton. So that will be combined with our modeling and also with the AI. And hopefully that can be become a feedback and provide a proper, more precise automation in terms of the rehab, because we're using a robotic exoskeleton in this case. So some of the sensor that we use, for example, the IMU is inertia measurement unit we can use to detect the orientation axis, the muscle technology. I mean, the EMG is the electromyography to detect the muscle signal, and also the possibility to include the EEG, the electroencephalograph program to detect the brain signal. Because these, because my background's actually studying from the brain signal, so probably we can go to that area as well, because these days the therapy of these back pain, most of them they concentrate on the physical movement, but then because everything will be studied from the brain, so that's why I'm thinking to combine with a brain signal. So there's no publication at the moment with the brain signal, but it will be ongoing in the future. And you can see some of them, a few of them you can see in the publication already. So the modeling, and we already conducting the experiment with people with healthy people and also people with the back pains, and to study about this kind of back pain. Hopefully we can provide a better model, a better AI-based measurement as well, that can be linked to the process of their rehabilitation later on. Now let's move to the next one. So the next one is about the low blood sugar detections. So involved with the low blood sugar detection, collaborate with Professor Hung Nguyen. So currently he's working out with his startup company. So he founded a startup company with this research. So the idea here, because currently for the low blood sugar detection, people with a diabetic is quite danger during the sleep as well. They can turn into coma. So the idea here, we try to develop a non-invasive low blood sugar detections, because otherwise, if invasive, they have to take a blood all the time, which is quite annoying during the sleep. They have to wake up all the time, and after that, take the blood to check the low blood sugar. Then we try to go differently. It's non-invasive to become more interesting to go. And that's the idea here. In terms of the monitoring, we go with a non-invasive. So you can see currently on the market, they're still using invasive, or some of them is maybe semi-invasive, but we go using EEG. And one of the research I'm presenting here is using the EEG, so brain signal. We should be able to detect low blood sugar. But of course, we have to combine with artificial intelligence in this case. So we collect the data with a doctor as well, one of the hospital in Australia. And that's the, at the same time, we collect the blood glucose as well, and we compare, because the idea here, we need to make sure the patient have the condition with the hypo, and also non-hyper there as well. Then after we have two data, then that's why we start to provide to analyze the data. We bring AI into the analysis. So the idea, we try to detect whether it's hypo or non-hypo. And here we're using BRN. BRNN is the artificial neural network. It's a Bayesian neural network. I don't want to go that detail, but it's part of the artificial intelligence. And basically, we want to provide a data, and after that, the machine learning will learn from the data, and after that, we'll classify it into hypo versus non-hypo. And you can see in terms of the result here, it's quite interesting. We can go up to sensitivity 83 in the maximum on a different window size as well. So we study on a different window. And the best is around that 22nd. Then we can detect after sensitivity for the hypo versus non-hypo up to 83%. And the next one is about the driver fatigue. Okay, so driver fatigue here, I collaborate with three professor. Hong Nguyen is one of them, and the other professor is from Sydney Uni. So they actually have collected the data for the mental fatigue application for transportation, driver fatigue. But of course, as I mentioned, we can apply it to other research. So basically, is try to take mental fatigue rather than physical fatigue. So they have data, but they need someone using the AI to analyze the data. So the idea here, because mental fatigue in terms of the application in transportation is very important. It's one of the highest major cause of the accident in a transportation. And at the moment, there are a few different kind of the assessment you can use for mental fatigue. For example, the questionnaire they're still using, but normally questionnaire is for physiotherapists. They use this one in terms of the research. It cannot be a real time. That's why we need a proper measurement using a biosensor in order to provide a real time detection or monitoring of the driver fatigue. So some of them you can see they're using a video measurement. For example, some of the car have that kind of technology as well, but sometimes it's not quite accurate. So the idea here in my research, we're using a brain signal, because we know that brain signal have a direct measurement with the sleep study. So hopefully we can go further for detecting of this mental fatigue as well. And this is how it looks like for the brain signal. And to understand this brain signal, because that's why we need to use in AI, we need to use a signal processing. If you see directly from the brain signal, we can't see anything clear. So in terms of the detection, the only one in terms of the medical is only when you close your eyes and open your eyes, we can see the difference. We call it an alpha wave or alpha rhythm. So people working in physio, in psychologists, they do know about this alpha rhythm as well. That's the only clear features that we can see if we want to use EEG. The rest of them, we have to go through to the signal processing and combining with artificial intelligence, hopefully that we can go with the detection of different applications. So that's why here we applied to the mental fatigue. So we collected data with 43 participants, and the idea here, so you can see the 32 channel of the mental fatigue. So we want to classify between mental fatigue and non-fatigue. We call it alert system here during the driving. And after that, we have to fit into the signal processing. So of course, in EEG signal, sometimes it's very noisy. So we have to clean the signal first, and we have to go with different what we call a features extraction. So this is how it works when we come to the artificial intelligence or computational intelligence as well in the process used for the EEG. First, we have the EEG data, then we have to fit what we call a features extraction process. So features extraction at the moment, even in a hospital, in a psychologist, normally they're using a frequency-wise. One of the methods we can use a power spectral density. So in terms of the algorithm behind story, and convert it into frequency. That's why in a medical term, they can see alpha, delta, theta, beta, and gamma wave of the EEG. And this one of the algorithm for the frequency is power spectral density. But in my research, I want to go different features extraction method. So one of them, which I already published, I use autoregressive modeling. And from there, I'll study a bit more, and that actually can improve further of the accuracy of detection of this particular application. So in terms of the classification as well, in terms of the machine learning, artificial intelligence, I think I published few journal too. One of them is with the Bayesian neural network. This is one of the AI, and also apply a bit more with deep learning, because now the deep learning is very popular. Then one of the paper, so I propose one of deep learning AI for classification of this driver fatigue. Okay, so this is the structure of the deep learning, and you can see in terms of the result here, and it's quite interesting. So using the features, non-frequency, traditional features, I'm using the autoregressive features, and with the simple machine learning, ANN is the artificial neural network. This BNN is the Bayesian neural network. DBN is the deep learning, deep belief network, and the one that I propose in one of the research. And sparse deep belief network, and you can see it's quite interesting. It's improved the classification accuracy up to above 90% actually. So it means that the next is we want to test this one in real time to see what's going on with this is whatever we study here is still offline, and we go into the real time testing with the implementation neural network on chip at the moment. Okay, and also one of my research student, PhD student, also working on another quite interesting features, what we call a brain connectivity. Okay, as I mentioned, traditional features extraction in a brain research, EEG, in terms of EEG, they just consider frequency, but there are other features. Brain connectivity is quite interesting. We can see connection. So the EEG signal, the EEG data here, we can transform into a brain connectivity. Then we can see in terms of the connection inside the brain, we can see what's going on as well. So it becomes more interesting. So if we can get the connection inside the brain as the features, then we can see more activities happening. So hopefully it can be more accurately to detect different activation inside the brain for the application as well. So that's why I think one or two research papers have been published this year around this brain connectivity as well for the application driver fatigue. But this is quite interesting research, it's ongoing. But if you can put it in a real time, become more interesting as well. I think people in neuroscience have more interest, in terms of the connectivity, because if we can go deeper into this area, and we can develop a very interesting tool for neuroscience research. Now the last one here, let me check the time, we still have time. The last one here is about the brain control wheelchair. So this is the application for people with disability. Okay, and basically is for severe disability, so people having what we call a lock-in syndrome. So they can't use the hand, their foot is not, you can't walk as well, but the brain still functioning very well. So the idea here, we can use the brain signal because the brain function very well. We can tap into the brain signal and use that one for communication and also for control. In this application, actually for control. And this research is quite popular around the world, and you can see in terms of publication as well. It's like rapidly increasing. It actually is increasing. It started a long time ago, maybe since 1990s. This research, but because of this era, computerized, industry revolution as well. They have computer, they have AI now, so we can have more improvement in terms of the research. And that's why I have interest on this research as well. I actually collected myself with people with disability. This is a spinal cord injury patient, tetraplegic. So we tried to pick the level higher. C3, C4 is a cervical, so even above around the neck area. So lock in from from neck to the bottom. So they are high level of disabilities. So we want to see whether we can tap into the brain and use that one to control the wheelchair. Okay, and we also collect with people with a healthy participant as well to provide a comparison. And the idea, because I want to make it real time, we want to study whether we can do it with a fewer channel. So EEG, previously represent with like 32 channels, quite a lot as well. But in terms of the real time, we need to develop a lower channel, fewer channel, 2 channel, for example. But in this one of this study here, I actually decreased down to 2 channel. Okay, so we started with the mental task in terms of the brain. So in this research, the popular term is brain-computer interface, and there are different way to do a brain-computer interface. The popular one, they use motor task, motor imagery task. So it means around the central part of the brain. Person just think about the motor movement, the left hand movement, right hand movement. Just by imagining the movement, we actually can detect the signal. Of course, again, we have to go through the signal processing. We have to go to the combination with AI. We can detect the signal actually. My research, I go with non-motor imagery, so mental tasks. There are other mental tasks we can detect as well in terms of the brain-computer interface. For example, if we imagine composing a letter inside the brain, we can tap into that signal. We can use the features for this application. So mental arithmetic, so by thinking about the calculation, arithmetic calculation, multiplication, addition inside the brain, doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong, just by thinking that one, we can actually detect that kind of signal as well. Also the thing, imagine, a Rubik cube rolling inside the head, we can also tap the signal. So I do collect additional tasks for eye closed and eye open as well. That can be used for additional tasks. For example, we want to start and stop the system. We can get this signal. As I mentioned in EEG, the dominant eye closed signal is the features that we can see clearly in EEG. That's what we call an alpha wave. That's why it's quite interesting because I will need to develop an algorithm to prove the algorithm is working, so we can use the eye closed signal as well. And if the eye closed signal we have a good accuracy, it means that it proves the algorithm is working for other tasks, because the other tasks, the signal as you can see here is not clear. We can't see the features. We have to go through the AI. The only one is eye closed signal. Okay, and we can prove that one in a real-time testing as well. Now for this research, I do explore different kind of features as well, and I use the so as I mentioned earlier, EEG popular one is frequency, but in this particular research, I combine frequency and time domain feature segregation. So one of the features at time frequency is a wavelet transform, but I explore other kind of the algorithm, what we call a Hilbert-Hwang transform, is popular in the research for geologic, volcanic research data, ocean data. They use a lot in that research. But I found that EEG have a similar condition in terms of the raw data, what we call they are both non-stationary and non-linear. So EEG have that kind of features as well. So non-stationary and non-linear compared to, for example, the ocean or seismographic data. They are both of them are all of them is non-stationary and non-linear, as the same as EEG signal as well. And that's why in this research I provide more study on different kind of features extraction. And also I believe I propose a new AI as well on one of the paper. So this is how it looks like. So I do need to test this one for the collected EEG signal as well. And this is the result of the features extraction using the Hilbert-Hwang transform. And I proved to the alpha wave during the ICLOS. As I said, if we apply the alpha wave during ICLOS, we can see the dominant is happening as well when I apply the Hilbert-Hwang transforms. As you can see quite clear, the algorithm is working with during the ICLOS. So I can go continue further to apply this one to mental tasks. At the same time here, and in that time, I propose a new optimization. So the basic AI is still artificial neural network, but I propose a new optimization in this AI. So we call it fuzzy particle swarm optimization with the cross-mutated operation. So if you learn about the optimization, one of them is very popular called PSO, particle swarm optimization. Okay, but we bring a fuzzy logic. So fuzzy logic is just another algorithm we can tune. It's not just only 1 or 0, so we can tune in between, and if in that case we can bring more level of the optimization for the learning part of the AI. Okay, and we compare with the traditional other kind of AI as well, and at the same time we compare with the other kind of features extraction. Okay, so this is the pre-processing of the data, and we check first with the classification for ICLOS. As I mentioned, ICLOS should provide a very high accuracy even without AI. Now we have to prove that one is working with ICLOS first, and the algorithm is working very well with ICLOS versus IOpen. You can see here S is a normal participant versus the tetraplegic, so they are above 80%, so it's pretty accurate in terms of the classification accuracy. Now in terms of the AI, you can see it here as well. We study on a different window. We want to see what is the highest window of the detection that provide the highest accuracy, and we want to study healthy and versus people with the disability, the tetraplegia as well. You can see the one that we propose, the AI, is better than existing AI. So genetic algorithm is one of the existing, which we compare. Our one is above, and also we study on the time window. So you can see the different at the window 1 second. So if we want to do a 1 second classification, so comparison is quite different. Compare people with the tetraplegia, the patient with tetraplegia, and compare with the healthy. But now, when we increase the time window, for example, up to the optimum, I think we put it at 7 seconds, they are quite merging to that area above 80%. So which is makes sense. I mean that people with this disability, they need more time to do that mental task. That's what the result and the research mean, which is in reality it makes sense because they have disability. I mean they need more time to perform that particular mental task. Now, in terms of the features as well, we provide the comparison. You can see is outperformed compared to different features. The one that we propose is the Hilbert Huang with the improved feature suggestion. And also this is in terms of the AI that we propose. And our one is better compared to whatever existing algorithm at that time. I think this is already published quite some time ago as well. And we try to study on lower channel, fewer channel, okay? Because as I mentioned, in reality, when we want to use the real time, with 32 channel is quite clunky. It's not easy to use that one in terms of the real time. In terms of research, it's okay, but real time we have to study on the fewer channel. That's where we want to see whether we can go with a lower channel. Up to 2 channel is still possible on different location as well we can use. So and as well at the same time here we want to go further. At the moment, even in the hospital, currently they're still using a gel for EEG, but we also study on using a non-gel dry electrode. And actually I designed myself this EEG dry electrode as well, and we want to apply it in a real time. So we can provide a real-time application with non-gel based hardware as well. And this is one of the video that I can provide you. This is actually using the dry electrode 2 channel with the signal processing that I proposed. We are able to control the wheelchair in real time. But again, I think I've tested this one with maybe 2-second window because this is unhealthy. But for people with disability, they need longer time to perform a mental task to control the wheelchair. All right, let me make it quick. Now, I think we come to the end of the presentation. At the end, for the future of the health technology or health in healthcare here. So the industrial revolution will be the future. 5.0 is the same time is proportionate, direct proportion to the health industry as well. So we're gonna go that era. So of course in the future will be more companies, industry. We're going fully AI, including in this health industry as well. So you can see, in terms of the sensor combined with the AI, by the end, hopefully they'll become, the goal is precision health technology, precision health. So the same thing as well. I think hopefully we can see this happening in terms of the research and also the startup or industry as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rifai Chai. It's really interesting. And I see that I'm remembering again about the, science fiction film, something like that. And I now realize that it will be happen with this research and this program. It's really interesting. And we have a question, but we will keep it until the panel discussion. Is it still available until the end of this seminar, Dr. Rifai Chai?
Sure, yep.
Yes, thank you so much. Terima kasih, Pak Rifai. Okay, Dr. Rifai Chai will join with us until the end of this conference. So, 2 questions from Zoom. I will keep it and I will send it to Dr. Rifai in the panel discussion. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and Dr. Rifai, we will continue to the next speakers from Malaysia. Dr. Zamzaliza Abdul Mulud. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Zamzaliza.
Waalaikumsalam. Can you hear
Yeah.
me?
Yes, I can hear your
Okay,
voice really
good, good.
clearly. Okay, Dr. Zamzaliza, before you continue or we start, your presentation, let me maybe a lot of the participants come from Indonesia, not only the healthcare, not only the businessmen, a lot of the people in general want to know you. Okay, I
Okay,
want
sure.
to read your short curriculum vitae first. Okay, mungkin panitia boleh di-share, maybe the committee you can share the short curriculum vitae from Dr. Zamzaliza Abdul Mulud. She's come from Malaysia and now she is a senior lecturer. And you can see the address and also the personal telephone and email from Dr. Zamzaliza. And the background of the education from Dr. Zamzaliza has graduated or postgraduate certificate in wound management and tissue viability from Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland, and to get a PhD in 2015 in medical and health sciences from University College Cork, Ireland for mental health nursing, and also master in nursing in gerontological nursing from Griffith University, Australia. In 2003, Bachelor of Science with honors in nursing from University Malaysia Sarawak, and also diploma in nursing from University Science Malaysia. She have a lot of the professional experience, teaching experience, and also a lot of the research. You can see that, and you can read the publication in the national, international, in the Scopus from 2023 and past. I cannot read one by one because a lot of the professional experiences from Dr. Zamzaliza. Okay, thank you, Komita. And then I believe the participant want to know more and want to learn from Dr. Zamzaliza. Okay, Dr. Zamzaliza, 30 minutes for your presentation time. Time and place are welcome to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Moderator. So I will share my slide with all of you. Can you see my slide?
Yes, now I can see your PowerPoint presentation, but still not on. Okay, right now it's
Okay.
full screen. Okay, you can go to
Okay,
Dr.
thank
Zamzaliza.
you.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. So here in Malaysia, we are already at 12 noon. So I think in Semarang still at 11, right? Yeah. So the topic given to me this afternoon is technology transformation in nursing practice. Yeah. So because of I've been in nursing profession for almost about 20 years plus, yeah, until today, from my started from diploma levels until I work as a lecturer in UITM. So almost 20 years. So from my experience, I can see there's a lot of transformation, especially in terms of technology from my first day working as a nurse until today. So for today's session, I'm going to share with you some of the transformation and then what we can do in the future to embrace these changes and transformations. Okay, so for the introductions, it's undeniable that technologies increasingly affects nursing globally. Yeah? So meaning that in developed country, maybe their nursing practices, their technologies are more developed compared to, for example, Malaysia. We are developing country. The technology are there, but maybe not as advanced as other developed countries. Yeah? But in future, we can expect that the growing presence of artificial intelligence in our nursing practice. For example, using the robotic system, the societies reliant on mobiles. Everybody's have their own mobile phone. So the access to the knowledge, especially in relation to health, are on our fingertips. Internet and social media and increasingly dependent on telehealth, particularly in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. So we can say that the pandemics, the COVID-19 pandemic is like the blazing in disguise, even though it takes lots of life, but we are more advanced in the use of telehealth, for example, for the booking of appointment, we use the systems. So we are progressing during this era, during this pandemic era. Okay, so I just want to share with you the current transformation, the current technology that non-existing previously. So for example, the kangaroo pump feeding, this commonly used for the 24 hours feedings, enteral feeding. Previously, for example, if you are working in critical care areas in ICU, so you need to do the manual feeding. During this time, sometimes nurses, they are rushing, they give feedings just to finish the feeding and then doing the other tasks. So it will affect the patients. But by using the kangaroo pump feeding, now the rates, we can control the flow rates of the nutrition, the solution to be delivered inside the patient. So we can see the transformation from the ways we give feeding. Okay, so another things, another types of technology that currently maybe we use it, the ambulatory blood pressure monitoring that usually used to confirm the diagnosis of hypertension. So meaning that this one patient will wear it for 24 hours, and then the doctors will monitor the data from the patient for these 24 hours, meaning that during their sleeping time, during their doing activities, during day and night, the doctors will analyze that data. And you can see that the changes from how this ambulatory blood pressure monitoring. Previously, patients need to wear it around their bodies, but now they looks like a smart watch. It is more convenient, more comfortable to the patient. Patient just can remove if they want to take bath and so on, because the reading, it will take around every 15 to 30 minutes. So it is also beneficial for those who just started with antihypertensive medications, because they can monitor the progress of their blood pressure by using this ambulatory monitoring. Okay, so another things that we can currently that we have that show the transformation of the technologies in nursing practice is by using the smart bed. As you remember, last time our bed, it looks like this, maybe during the 1940s, 1950s. And then we move to our current bed that commonly used in the hospital, that we can adjust the head of the bed, leg of the beds, and so on. But now we have smart beds. Smart bed, it has many sensors that can monitor patient's body temperature, patient's weight, and then they can monitor the pressure point that can alert the nurses about the risk of pressure ulcer. So, and then there's also a built-in Braden scale. As you know, the Braden scale is being used for predicting pressure ulcer risk. So it's become very beneficial for nursing care, because we don't have to do the assessment to identify which area are more prone with the pressure, and then the patient can develop pressure ulcer. And then there's a study that has been conducted in RCSI, Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland. They have the moisture detector, because of one of the factors contributing to pressure ulcer is the existing of moisture. So they developed subepidural moisture detectors in beds, so they can detect the presence of moisture. Okay, then another things that we can see nowadays that already available is of course the electronic health records. Previously we used BHT. Some of the hospital in Malaysia, we are not fully using electronic health record yet. Some of the hospital, they still use the BHT and bedhead ticket to document all the patient's conditions and so on. But most of the newest hospitals are equipped with electronic health records. So by using the electronic health record, the data, the documentation become more centralized, meaning that all healthcare providers and the medical professionals, the doctors, the physiotherapists, they can access to the same systems, and then they can open it simultaneously. If you have using the VHT previously, we commonly we will allow only one person to enter the facts or check anything in this file at one time. But by using electronic hard record, they can open it simultaneously. Okay, so there's, if we can read here, there's various improvement by using the electronic health record to the providers and to the healthcare professional, and also for the patients. For example, we can access, for example, as nurses, we can access the patient record from inpatient and for remote location. It is beneficial if the nurses work in remote areas, because some of our health clinic, they're located in the remote area, and then there's no doctors there. So to reach the doctors in the clinics, the other clinics or at the hospital, they can use the electronic health records. For the patient, they also reduce the need to fill out the same form at each of doctor's visits. Sometimes if you read the previous charting that we entered manually, we can see that sometimes patients' informations are different from one visit to another visit, because of we check it based at every visit. But if we use electronic health record, everything is there. So everything is in the system already. Okay, so selected technologies that maybe in future we need to embrace it. We need to be prepared to accept this kind of technologies. For example, in the nursing practice, hospital information system, electronic health record, all the monitoring system, decision support system, that all automatic that use system, and also the telehealth. So for education, especially in nursing education, we need to use something like a virtual reality, because of I have visited many universities in here and as well as in Ireland. I can see that some of the universities, they already started develop the module that use virtual reality. For example, in terms of when you are doing procedures like for wound dressings, instead of doing it in mannequin, they can use the virtual reality. And then another example is to enhance communication. They communicate with using virtual reality. Even though we have our real model, but sometimes students, because of their interest in this virtual reality, they are more interested to learn in a forms of nursing education. And then another thing is about the rehabilitative and personalized healthcare approaches. For example, assistive devices, sensors, ambient assisted living. So the simplest examples that we use technology related to health is your smartwatch. I believe that everybody have their own smartwatch. Those who are athletes and who used to do the jogging or runnings every afternoon, they will have smartwatch that can detect the changes in their heart rates, for example. And sometimes they can detect the oxygen saturation levels. So this is the example of the technologies that can be applied, that can be used by people. Okay, so these are the examples. So smart home technology is already started in many countries, especially countries Southeast Asia like Japan and South Korea, because in Japan they have a high numbers of elderly. So they have many older adults that live alone. So they develop a smart home technology that, for example, it has a fall detection floor that can detect if there's any incident of fall. For in the bed, it has a pressure sensor. As I mentioned before, pressure sensor is a very important indicator that used to analyze the risk for pressure ulcer. So they have the contact sensor, bedside call units, and so on. In Malaysia, also there's company that develop this smart home technology, but they're focused more on the automations, on the electrical appliance and so on. But other companies like what we have in Japan and South Korea, they develop it for the purpose of assisted living for elderly people that live alone. Okay, so next, what are the benefits, challenges, and implications of the selected digital technologies in nursing? So of course, we want everything that can help us to make our works easier, because as you know that as a nurse, most of our time we spend with documentations, with lack of time for nursing care. But by using automation technologies, robotic that can help us to lift patients, and then to do the non-clinical works, it can help our works becomes easier. For example, robot can support people with cognitive, sensory, and motor impairment, help those who are ill and injured, and support caregivers aid in the clinical workplace. Okay, so for example, if you want to move patient nowadays, compared to before, we do it manually. The increased risk for back pain to the nurses and the caregivers. Now we have hoists that can assess when we want to lift the patient and bring them to the bathroom or change their positions. But what is the challenges? So if you see the development of the automation technologies, robotics, they are more prone to being developed by those who are in engineering areas, for example. But however, actually we need to collaborate. And we as end user, nurses, doctors, or whoever in a hospital, they are the end user. And we should collaborate with the to assist in co-designing and developing these solutions. Because we know what is the most important function of that thing. Okay, so this is an example of MOXIE. It has been used in US, but it is for the purpose of non-clinical tasks. For example, sending blood, taking the medication from the pharmacies, and then deliver all the lab result and so on. So it used to release the burden of nurses that commonly use this our own energy to go to that place, but they use this robot. Okay, so another thing is, for example, assisted living technologies or smart home technologies. So the benefit or potential benefit is motion monitoring system in-house can help telecare decision for all the adults with memory problems. This is one of the examples. So the challenges is related to the privacy. If there's a lot of monitors, we feel like there will be lack of privacy. Variety turnover of different technologies makes identifying suitable device challenging. Because technologies is keep changing. Every day you keep changing all the technologies. For example, handphone. Handphone sometimes it will change every year. Those who follows, for example, iPhone, it will new version will come out every year, with additional apps and so on. So it is sometimes to choose what technology that is suitable for that device for very longer period of time. Technical and expense barrier. So of course, using the automation technologies, it requires a lot of money. The future implication, nurses or other healthcare professionals should be involved in the design, development, and implementation of systems in collaboration with patients and carer, because it's related to their home. So we want to fulfill the needs of the patient and their carers as well. Okay, so this is another example that you can see that they have the sensor, carbon dioxide sensor, temperature sensor, all the sensors that they use. These are is just samples on how the smart home can benefit patient. Okay, and then another thing is virtual and augmented reality. So the benefits, virtual reality training can improve knowledge in nursing education. So now we can see that the benefit of these technologies in nursing education. It can use for treatment tools or in the clinical intervention. But the challenges sometimes if you're using virtual reality for quite some time, it can cause simulation sickness, including dizziness and virtual disturbances. So for the future implication, we really hope that the virtual reality, the tools will be developed in low cost devices and software, because of one of the barrier is the high cost to develop the module, for example, using virtual realities. So this is the example of virtual reality. So the one that I used to see is related to the communication, how to communicate with patient. They use the simulation by virtual reality. Okay, another thing is the mobile health. Mobile health is blooming, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. So the potential benefit is coaching patient via application can improve short-term outcomes. But it also comes with challenges. For example, perceived lack of affordability and reliability of mobile applications. Because of if you do the consultation via online, we don't know the credibility of the person that give the consultations. And then concern over the professional image of nursing when using mobile health, particularly in hospital setting. So can imagine if nurses working while looking at their handphones. So the perception of the public, they will assume that nursing or nurses use their handphones for personal use during their working hours. So and then for the future implication, perhaps the governments or the hospitals, institutions, we need to develop policies and professional culture that support the use of mobile devices in clinical practice. Okay, so this is the example. They have the online consultation, the appointments. So it is easier. We don't have to call the hospital, the ward, the clinic to do appointment. Just all we can do it using the mobile health application. Okay, so now how technology. So there's a few examples. So we can expect in future that there will be many technologies that is going to be used. For example, in using AI and so on. So nurses, we need to be prepared for that. So for technology, how it's impacted nurses' roles for the better. First, of course, we will become better in monitoring the patient conditions. For example, the portable monitors give nurses the freedom to check on patient quickly. Can you, maybe we can reflect back on how we will do the simple blood pressure checking last time. We use the sphygmomanometer, go to the patients, and then we will spend quite some time to take the patient's blood pressure. So now we have the mobile BPs and all patients at their home, they have their mobile blood pressure monitors. So it reduced time that we used to take this blood pressure or vital signs. So the device provide data and vitals such as respiratory rate, ECG. We have the ECG, mobile ECG and oxygen level. Okay, and then nurses also can receive an alert if patient needs urgent attention, which significantly reduce response time. If you work in the hospital, you are quite familiar with all the alarms and so on. Okay, medication. So this is commonly used in the hospitals right now, and the IV infusion pumps and IV infusion rates. So for administration of medication, nurses in most healthcare setting no longer needs to make round to monitor patient IV, as smart pumps allow for the more accurate and efficient administration of medication and fluid, because similarly it also has an alarms to alert nurses if there's something wrong, if there's tubing kicking, the flow rates interrupted and so on. Okay, reduce error, because based on the statistics, so in every year there are many errors, high percentage of errors by nurses. So technology considerably reduce the likelihood of error in logging patient information. Okay, apps make the administration of medication much less confusing or prone to the human error. This in turn improve healthcare outcomes and reduce hospital readmission rates with the help of technology. Communication is also impacted on how we communicate with one and another. So nurses now, we use like team collaboration tool, instant messaging, we use WhatsApp to inform the doctors, even though sometimes they say it is inappropriate, but it is an instant technology that can deliver the message quickly compared to before. If you remember, maybe 20 years ago, we used pager, for example. So when we use pager, the doctors need to call back the hospital, the ward, to identify what are the problems there. It takes time, but with this one is they can get instant messages. Okay, so these two make coordinating care much easier as they reduce the time required to assess the test result, along with identifying and diagnosis illnesses. So now if they want to trace the result, they're just going to open the systems. Compared to before, we need to go to the lab and get the result back or print it in a word and so on. So it takes time. So improved communication also provide for more efficient patient handover between departments. Okay, so what are the way forward? If you want to embrace the technology's transformation, what we are needs to do? I'm talking in the perspective of nursing, nursing practice. So we need to reform the nursing education. Because of our training, we need to start from the beginning. We need to expose the student, the nursing students regarding the technologies. So we need to create educational opportunities at undergraduate, graduate level in relation to informatics, digital health, co-design, implementation science, and data science. Meaning that we need to be more cross disciplines, cross-discipline. We need to focus on other disciplines such as the development of the tools and so on. We cannot work in silo. We need other professions such as engineering or the develop the system and so on, IT and so on. Opportunities to work with, learn from computing, engineering, and other interdisciplinary colleagues. Evolve its competencies and curriculum proactively for the increasing use of digital technologies. Because of sometimes, I'm talking about the perspective for Malaysia, we didn't allow the student to bring their phone to the ward because we don't want them to misuse that. Even though they said that they want to look for the information and so on. Also something that we need to look back in developing our curriculum or regulation. View nursing leadership in digital health. All level of nursing leadership should advocate more actively, invest resources, both complemented and extended by digital technology. So it need to start with the person at upper levels. They must advocate, they must agree to use the system and so on, and to transform, to change for the technology. Okay, investigate artificial intelligence in nursing practice. Although many reported potential benefit of AI, example in improved patient outcome, streamline the workflow, improve efficiency, have yet to be fully shown in nursing research. So if you look into the AI, we have the papers regarding the AI, but if you relate it developed by nurses, it's quite limited. And so this is the areas you want to go forward to embrace the technology. This is the areas that you can focus in your research. Okay, and then embrace digital practice. So as I mentioned before, the professions require a culture shift, change of our ways of doing things. Because of it is undeniable that technology had to support nursing, but it is poorly configured, resource or not upgraded. But of course, there's so many reasons we are not doing that, especially costings. So nurses still commonly use practice systems that are lacking in basic usabilities. So we still use the manual documentation and so on, because we don't have cost, we don't have money, we don't have budget allocation to apply that in our system. Okay, so I think this is before I end my session. This is my question to all the nurses in this session. So do you think that nurses can be replaced by technology? I'm not sure. Maybe someone can answer that, or
Yes.
may.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Zamzaliza asked one question to all of us. Can nurses be replaced by technology? Ya, jadi Dr. Zamzaliza nih mau nyampaikan satu pertanyaan nih buat kita. Bisa nggak ya perawat digantikan sama teknologi? Mungkin ada yang mau berpendapat, boleh raise hand atau angkat tangan. For me, in same aspect, it can be replaced by technology, but in psychological aspect, the trusting, it cannot be replaced by technology. How about Dr. Zamzaliza's opinion?
Okay, so we look at this picture. This picture is the simple pictures. We can say that the robots are taking the blood pressure.
Yes.
So they will take the blood pressure and then they will record. Maybe they will record the blood pressure that they got from patient. But if nurse is a nurse, the real nurse take the blood pressure, they will ensure that patient in comfortable positions, and the patient will be calm, reduce the anxious. So sometimes in the humanistic ways, maybe robots, they cannot replace nursing. But for the specific task that requires technical things, such as lifting the patient, moving the patient, monitor the patient, it can be replaced by robotics. But in terms of emotion, the involved emotion, like you mentioned about the psychology, maybe we still need nurses. Nurses still relevant, I believe, in maybe 100 years after this. Okay, I think that's all from my thoughts. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zamzaliza. I think all the participants, I will inform you that Dr. Zamzaliza have something important to do after this. So I will open the discussion right now. And Dr. Zamzaliza, we have a question from Mrs. Mariati. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Zamzaliza. Thank you for your outstanding presentation. Let me ask about the mental health technology application. We know that the person with mental illness has the high risk of relapse. How to optimize the technology to prevent the relapse? I think it's really have a good conclusion with our opinion before. Yes, that's why I read this question. Your opinion.
Bu Mariati, maybe try to relate with my area of expertise. My area is actually in mental health. Okay, so if you talk about relapse, actually there's many reasons for relapse. So maybe I can focus on in one thing related to the medications adherence. Sometimes patient relapse in mental illness because of medication. They didn't take the medications. So one of the technologies application that they can use is for the reminder. We currently, the patients in here, we have the reminder to remind them to take the medications, or to remind the caregivers to advise patient to take the medication. And then, of course, we have like the resources. For example, nowadays we have the online consultation anonymously. So those who have anxieties, depression, they can contact this line and this online system to get the consultation for their conditions. So I think that's maybe there's many other technologies, or maybe in future we can collaborate to develop it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zamzaliza.
Thank you, Dr. Zamzaliza, and
Thank
also
you.
Dr. Mariati. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, actually in my place, this is time for praying, Zuhur. So if in your area is a time of the praying, you can take your lunch and take your pray, and then we will continue to the conference. Okay, Dr. Zamzaliza, this is one question. Is it still possible? Okay, from Mrs. Maulidita, asking about there are any regulation or arrangement regarding the use of technology in community health services in Malaysia?
Okay, so that's a very good question, because of when preparing for this talk, I come across a law and regulations about the use of digital technologies in health in Malaysia. Yes, we do have. We do have, the government has developed rules, law and regulations for the use of digital technology. Because of, for example, if you use, if I show in my slide related to the smart sensor, smart home, it will come to the question about the privacy and so on. And so they have the regulation that regulate the digital technologies in Malaysia. Maybe if you're interested, I can share with you later on.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zamzaliza. Maybe Maulidita, you can take the personal email. Maybe Dr. Zamzaliza will share the information. Okay, Dr. Zamzaliza, thank you so much for joining with us.
Thank you.
Yes, and then before you do your activity, the committee will share your certificate. Maybe the committee, you can prepare the certificate. Yeah, and I will invite Dr. Dini. Dr. Dini is still already here.
Okay, to Dr. Zamzaliza. Thank you for participating in this event. I hope the knowledge conveyed is useful for all of us. And on behalf of the committee, I hand over the certificate virtually to the Honorable Dr. Zamzaliza. See you. Thank you,
so
Doctor.
much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zamzaliza and Dr. Dini Iswandari. Okay. Okay, maybe I will take a little bit moment before, because it's still adhan in my place.
Tapi bisa nggak kalau transgender itu diisi anak perutnya?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our honorable speaker and participant, we will continue to the next speaker from Philippines. I will invite Dr. Enerito M. Klima. Good afternoon, Dr. Enerito. I can see Dr. Enerito in Zoom. I will inform him first.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Dr. Enerito. I'm really happy to see you.
Yes, likewise, I'm happy to be listening to the great speakers all morning. Okay, and I think it's my time to present already.
Yes, but before you have present your presentation, maybe all of the participants want to know more. Okay, please let me to read a short curriculum vitae from you. Is it possible?
By all means, please.
Okay, Dr. Enrico will introduce himself. So, ladies and gentlemen, prepare your paper and pen. We will learn and we will know more about the information that Dr. Enerito will share with us. Okay, Dr. Enerito, 30 minutes for your presentation time. Time and place are welcome to you.
I think I'm having a little bit of a technical problem. If you can wait for a moment.
Okay, it's no problem, Dr. Enerito.
It's raining cats and dogs here in the Philippines as of the moment. So
Oh,
our internet most of the time is affected with
yeah, I can understand it about it.
yes.
Yes, but in
So,
Indonesia, in some maybe in Java, the Indonesia have a lot of the island, but in Java and Sumatra, we doesn't have rain. Maybe almost 4 months. Yeah, we don't have a rain for almost 4 months, and in Borneo, they have raining like in Philippines. This is why, and now I feel so hot in my place.
okay. I hope I got it.
Yes,
Okay.
your presentation is still loading. Maybe if
Okay, there you go.
Okay, I can see your PowerPoint presentation right now, Dr. Enrico, so you can start.
There you go. Thank you. So yeah, I have some notes here, and we call it in the Philippines Código. If you want to learn a little bit of Philippine dialect, I would like to say thank you, of course, and I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. I hope I pronounced your name, Madam, correctly. Dr. Hargiantia Dini Iswandari, Rector of Widya Husada Semarang University. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam. And to our respected speakers, of course, Professor Zainal Arfin Hasibuan, Madam Edri Gracia Ardani, Dr. Rifai Chai, and of course, Dr. Samsalisa Abdullah Malud. To all guests and participants of this seminar, and to the Faculty of Nursing and Technology of Widya Husada Semarang University. Well, thank you for the kind introduction, Miss Tuti, Akwar Tuti.
Yes,
and I want to pay tribute to the organizers and secretariat of this seminar for bringing together such a distinguished and very knowledgeable speakers, and of course, very willing to learn participants. How do you call it in West Indonesia? Selamat sore semuanya. To all of you. It is indeed a testament to your extraordinary collaborative spirit and global vision. Thank you so much again. I was asked to talk how technology is changing and reshaping the healthcare system at this present era and in the future. Over the past 2 years, if I'm not mistaken, our lives has been reshaped by diseases, more especially by the COVID-19 pandemic. Millions have died, and the aftershock still haunts each and every one of us. It is not a secret, all of us. It is still beyond imagination how much worse it could have been. the pandemic. I'm referring to the pandemic. If COVID has the fatality of MERS and the infectivity of measles, according to statistics, there would have been hundreds of million deaths within the first 6 months of the pandemic. That is unimaginable. The truth about saying, I am sure we are all aware and we are all familiar with the saying, necessity is the mother of invention. It was definitely highlighted and proven once again during the pandemic, showing an incredible breakthrough of the mRNA vaccines. While mRNA therapeutics was discovered in 1980s, that's a long time ago. It's probably even before Miss Aquartuti was born. It played dormant until Flagship Pioneering. It's a company. They call themselves initially as Flagship Pioneering, explored its potential as a project that later became the company that we all know. That's the company Moderna. After a decade of experimentation, refinement, and private investment of about $5 million, Moderna was able to design its COVID vaccine minutes, just according to my papers, just minutes after they received the genetic sequence of the COVID-19. Not years, not months, not even weeks, not days, but minutes. A testament of how science has equipped healthcare technologists. However, to this day, we still face the challenge of new variants and the risk that they will escape common vaccines. Well, we are not yet in an English idiomatic expression, we are not yet out of the woods. While evolution suggests that viruses will mutate into a less deadly but more infectious version of the virus over time, this fact is not lenient. There is still a real risk of variants, of new variants that might escape vaccines and that are more infectious and more deadly. The variant problem would have been impossible to address. Actually, I was a COVID survivor, and some of my friends, close friends, and even families was actually taken by COVID. And the sad part is actually not even the original variant, but the variant after the original variants. I would like to share some facts about COVID. If every man and woman, child, and man, woman, child alive were laboratory scientists, and each one of them are doing thousands of experiments. Let me repeat that. If every man, woman, child will be laboratory scientists. I am a laboratory scientist, by the way. And every day they will be doing thousands of analysis for COVID variants. It would take as long as the universe. has been existent to test every single mutation of COVID virus. It's a never-ending process. Experimentation is essential and the central to scientific method. It is called the process of trial and error. And as academicians, I think that's one of the things that we instill in the minds of our students. Trial and error. It's not how many times we fall, it's something like it's how many times that we rise up. It has been the seemingly, or what has limited technology or biological science has been seemingly the complexity of nature itself. This has been a universal truth. So because nature is limitless, so it's actually limiting biological science or even health science or medical science. And again, it is a truth. It's a prevailing truth until now. Dr. Chai mentioned, and I heard him telling us about deep learning and other artificial intelligence technique. And I was really interested with that. I hope Dr. Chai could visit the Philippines one of these days. And are creating this deep learning and other artificial intelligence technique are creating a whole new era of biological science and medical technology. When combined with throughput and high throughput screening, we are able to organize nature information to extend unimaginable outcomes. Just think of, for example, let me give you an example. Just think of the work of Dennis Hassabis. We're all familiar probably, or most of us are familiar with this. It's one of the breakthrough in science, especially when it comes to protein structure. Dennis Hassabis, an AI researcher and also an entrepreneur, along with DeepMind AI, have done a tremendous discovery in unfolding the protein, and we call it the AlphaFold. I am teaching in biochemistry, and when I see the article about the AlphaFold, I can't help but to integrate it in my lectures. I might have the opportunity to show everyone in another probably in another lecture. So the potential impact of this AlphaFold on human health is vast and enormous. For COVID-19, the breakthrough of mRNA is to be followed by a new breakthrough, and that is the creation of the new variant-proof vaccine. I think that is happy news. There is something coming up for each and every human beings in the planet. It is called the variant-proof vaccine, based on the variant of COVID-19 that we don't even have in nature as of this moment. This is the approach that has been taken by a company called A Priori Bio Flagship. They are using, well, to explain it a little bit more, they are using a deep mutilational scanning. They collapse the variant space, then test the impact of vaccines to design a new antibody repertoire. That's That's how to summarize it, and that's on my notes here. To combat current and future variants, they did this. That would be the basis for the vaccine of the future. That's the future technology that we are all probably waiting for. Just imagine, for example, a flu vaccine that could protect us from this year's flu and the next year's flu. I'm sure we all understand that flu vaccines are actually yearly, although I have a little bit of apprehensions and probably fear of flu vaccines. I'm sorry. And I heard some of the speaker mentioning about machine learning. Machine learning is also set to revolutionize cancer. The development of liquid biopsy, if you have heard about it, the liquid biopsy, for example, may soon allow us to diagnose cancer at stage 0. Wow, stage 0 of cancer. Not stage 1, not stage 2, not stage 3, or even 4. That's too late, actually, for us to diagnose it. So with the advent of, with the improvement of technology and the advent of this liquid biopsy, we are aiming medical technology, biochemistry, biological science, and medical science is aiming to move forward by diagnosing a cancer at stage 0. And their technology will help us to predict chemoresistance to select the best possible therapeutics for cancer patients. Machine learning is also revolutionizing drug discovery too. So not only those that I've mentioned already. For example, there is a pharmaceutical company that is based in Salt Lake, Utah, in the USA. The name is, I hope I won't get sued for this. The name is Recursion Pharmaceuticals, has fully automated dry laboratory, and even wet laboratories that runs 2.6 million experiments each week. Wow. That's a big amount of experimentation, 2.6 million. Each of these examples use machine learning to understand complexity of nature in ways that had never been possible before. Let me ask you a question. I was actually trying to do this in your language, but I failed to do so. So I'll do it in English. Let me ask you a question. What if the complexity of nature, which I mentioned a moment ago, was not the limit for technology to take up in its maximum?
Oke, teman-teman, ini Dr. Enarito bertanya kepada kita tentang what if the complexity of nature is not or was not the limit. Ya, jadi bagaimana nih kalau kompleksitas alam ini tidak atau tanpa limitation? And for me, what can I say? Complexity of the nature. If there's no limit, if not, was not the limit, did you mean?
That could be. I think you have a good.
What if the complexity of nature is was not the limit? We always facing maybe every 10 years, every decade, every time we must prepare about the new disease, the new pandemic, something like that. Is it one of the maybe one is one of the thing or one is the situation that we must facing if the nature was not the limit. Is it right?
I think that's brilliant. That's brilliant, Miss.
Because based on your presentation, it you should say that something like COVID-19 is the biological cycles. So we must
Precisely.
we must facing about the new flu disease. We must facing maybe another or another what can I say? The virus is always changing.
Yes.
And, every changing have a new disease, and the human must prepare about this. Is it right?
I like that. I like that answer. I like that answer. Thank you so much. It means that you are listening, and among the 144 participants, I'm glad that someone is actually listening. Thank you and paying attention. Now let me share to you about my readings. There is a company we call, or they call themselves Generate Bio, a company in the UK. Is using advanced AI technique to learn the code of nature itself. The code of nature itself, rather than discovering existing proteins to help fight diseases. What these proteins do, this company Generate Bio, they are up to design new proteins with a specific function. It opened up the possibility of fully programmable medicine that are designed rather than discovered. And it's not just proteins that the company Generate Bio are able to design. They also design antibodies. They design peptides and enzymes that have never existed in nature before. I like this. I like this company. Now that we are breathing the limits of nature through technology and given the opportunity to transform human health that are nearing limitless, I want to welcome each and every one, the 144 participants of this seminar. I want to welcome you to the age of biological innovation. Welcome to the Medical Technology Innovation Century. However, let me play a short video that I have prepared or lifted. But again, I think there is a bit of a problem with my video. So let's say pass to that. Technology is actually in a colossal effort to change what has been the norms and what has been the ordinary. However, unless we transform our healthcare system, the uptake of this innovation and transformation will be snail phase or very slow. Meaning to say, patients will be missed out. People will live in sickness when they could live in health. What you're seeing right now, what I'm presenting, is once a very active medical center in my country. And because of probably, should I say, bad prioritization, look at it now. I'm not going to tell you what the name of the hospital is. If you visit the Philippines, I'll assure you I'm going to be your tour guide and a driver also. And we are going to visit that hospital. So the change and reform of our healthcare system is a moral imperative. It makes me cry. The basic structure of health has taken a snail phase for nearly 900 years. Is it true? We wait until we feel sick before we go to the doctor, most of us. We wait until we have symptoms. That's what we do. It's pretty much the same pattern as it was in the year 1123. And our health system is focused too much on change management and elevating physical health facility structure rather than changing and elevating healthcare delivery. A reason why technology can't maximize a full take-up in healthcare. But the current path is limits or the limits of sustainability. I have lifted this from a report, from an American report. It is from its data. It shows that the world's largest economy, and that's of course the United States still, is set to dedicate a third of its GDP to healthcare by 2050. Well, in our country, in the Philippines, the budget for healthcare is around 4.9% higher for the next year, or that is 244.4 billion pesos, if I'm not mistaken, more than what we are spending today. The urgency, that's not much, but the urgency at least is evident. Our health system would be much more technologically sufficient with innovation and due support if there is due support from the government and also from all that are concerned, from the stakeholders. The problem is that most of the healthcare system struggles to kick out bad habits. And I'm showing you already what are those bad habits of the health system. It is focusing on illness rather than well-being. And we are failing to distinguish value from quantity or cost. We favor the status quo or customary practice, even when there is evidence, there is actually vast of evidences, but still we favor status quo. We have the tendency to overly risk averse and to stifle innovation, probably because of fear or probably ignorance. We are more focused on inputs, not outcomes. We tend to furnish the wrong information to the wrong person at the wrong time, or insufficient attention to the salience, importance, to the significant informations. Data analysis. And the seventh is we have that tendency to fail persistently to take responsibility and to take whatever it takes to improve in pursuit of excellence in healthcare. Imagination is essential to innovation. That's what we do in the laboratory every day. The first step to creating a new future, let me tell you this. Don't forget about me. You can forget about me, but don't forget about what I'm going to say. The first step to creating a new future is you imagine it. You imagine. Here's another question. You don't have to answer this. What if we invested as much in technology to keep people healthy as treating them when they are sick? What do you think will happen? Don't answer me. Currently, as of today we think of our health in just two estates. We think that people are either healthy or people are sick. But the fact is there is a period of time between being healthy and being sick, or being symptomatically sick. Physiological changes are underway in our bodies that puts us in a trajectory towards diseases or disease, though we don't yet have the symptoms, and we call this period pre-disease. Okay? Okay. Thank you. I'll take that 5 minutes as challenge. Listen, if we can discover new biomarkers for the pre-disease state of the human body, it will enable us to stop, slow down, and even reverse them back to normality. So people will never experience sickness. Let me do this very fast. We've done that before historically over the last century in many disease platforms. If we can preempt disease, we can stop people from becoming patients in the first place. I believe that the medical biological century, or this century, can herald a new era of preemptive medicine with the advancement of technology, where we consign diseases to history, where healthcare adds life to our years as well as years to our lives. We think about our health span as much as we think our span. I have another question, but you might have to ask me next time. Imagine that rather than having, or imagine the technology, that rather than having to go to the doctor or hospital, most healthcare services could be safely delivered to us at home or to our respective community. A world of technology, a world of digital therapeutics, and digital therapeutics is here already, and treatments that could be delivered directly into your doorstep. Present and future health will be monitored through your cell phones. That's the future of healthcare. Technology means, that's what you're reading right now, we can reimagine healthcare. It also means more of our lives is spent healthy rather than in sickness. More time to live, more time to work, more time to study, to spend with our loved ones. Time itself is a promise of future healthcare. I would like again to say this: welcome to a world free of diseases. And thank you. Terima kasih banyak.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Emerito. Oh, you always open our mind. You always start with, we can imagine, and you give me the explanation. It's really interesting, and I can see your previous slide, like put life in here is like a quality. Life must be a quality. Just here. Thank you, Dr. Emerito. I think we have a discussion right now. In the committees table, we have one question for you, but actually we will move to the previous speaker first, and then we will give it the question to you. Is it possible you will join with us maybe in 10 or 20 minutes again?
I'll try.
Okay, because the connection, I think it's still good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will come to the discussion session, and I will read the question for previous speaker. And I will invite our previous speaker, Dr. Rifai Chai. Dr. Rifai, are you still already here?
Yes,
Yes, Dr.
I'm back.
Rifai.
Yep.
Yes, thank you so much for waiting. And then we have a two question for Dr.
All right.
Rifai. Yes, we have a two question from the participant about your topic. One question is from Mr. Bagus Bijaksono. I told before he asked again to the Professor Zainal. He is a police, and he asked about based on your experience working and observing information system and artificial intelligence in high income country like Australia. Can you give us some insights into the shortcoming of Indonesian artificial intelligence system so that we here can improve them, especially for him who works as a police and expertise in the field of security and intelligence. Oke, ini sepertinya Bapak Bagus ini ingin bertanya ya pengalaman dan juga berdasarkan pengalaman begitu dan juga pengamatan Dr. Rifai yang bekerja di negara maju, apa sih yang bisa diberikan saran gitu untuk perbaikan sistem artificial intelligence di Indonesia gitu agar bisa berkembang, terutama untuk spesialisasi ya beliau yaitu yang bekerja sebagai polisi dan juga mungkin ini di bagian intelijen dan keamanan seperti itu. Silahkan Dr. Rifai.
Okay, thank you, Pak Bagus, for the question. Interesting question. I'll try to answer. First of all, so the AI is worldwide, so it's not dependent on the country. Everybody around the world have the same information, even the same research. In terms of research, they are pretty much same. Okay, so AI are pretty much same. I think in terms of this one, the security and intelligence, as I mentioned in my presentations, AI will bring precision. So probably, so I'll talk in general because it's applied to every country as well. If you see, for example, maybe let's take a sample of the border security. So for example, maybe at the moment, if you see in the border security, the using of technology, maybe they use different technology, they are not integrated. Probably they haven't used AI at the moment in terms of the border security. You see in the airport, for example, or other kind of border security, they're having different technology for sensing. And I don't think they use AI at the moment. As I mentioned, we are in the era revolution 4.0 AI. We start using the AI. We're not going to the fully AI yet. That's why we can't see, company fully AI. So we're waiting for that company emerge. For example, like in the past, Industrial Revolution 3.0, we can see a Microsoft, we can see Apple. So we need a new industry, potential industry that we are AI and become fully AI in terms of the technology as well. Now, in terms of the security, as I mentioned of airport security, they have different technologies. So if we bring into AI, so AI can be a brand as a decision maker to make it more precise, for example, the measurement. That's how we can bring into the security and of course another kind of field like intelligence as well. So hopefully precision will be come with if we include the AI. So I believe it's not depending on the country. Of course, later on when we come to the using technology, I mean, government have to decide whether they want to use the technology or not. But in terms of the information, in terms of the knowledge, it is a worldwide. So we just need to depend. There's a company emerge, want to develop further those technology into to bring the AI to make it, like a complete system for the, of course, for the intelligence and security as well, and other kind of application. Hopefully that I try to answer that, but hopefully that answering the question from Pak Bagus.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Rifai. Maybe Mr. Bagus, if you want to discuss more, you can contact directly to Dr. Rifai, and Dr. Rifai have an interesting and to, of course, I believe Dr. Rifai is very, very happy if he can contribute to the improvement of Indonesian artificial intelligence. Is it right? Semangat,
Yes,
Pak,
of
ya?
course. Yep.
Okay, one question from our rector, from the rector of Widya Husada Semarang University, Dr. Dini Iswandari. And first of all, Dr. Dini said thank you to Mr. Rifai. Honestly, the health sector has been greatly helped by artificial intelligence, right up to the stage of making a diagnosis. But if it goes into something invasive, for example, performing remote surgery, who guaranteed patient confidentiality and security? What if there is a medical dispute? Are there in Aussie any supporting regulation? Okay, I think this is two questions. The first
Yep.
question about the invasive treatment, and then in the Australia and Aussie have a supporting regulation for medical disputes. Okay, Dr. Rifai, maybe you can answer the question.
Okay. Thank you very much. I've got a direct question from the rector, Ibu Dini. Thank you very much for the questions. I'll try again to answer the questions. Of course, this medical regulatory is not expertise, but let me try to answer the question. Normally, for this, this is like a telemedicine, it's teleoperation or but normally in this kind, if you try to think about the infrastructure to do a telemedicine, I mean, we need technology behind. It's like a robotic surgery at the other end, and also we need an infrastructure, maybe wireless communication. You know, that's why we can do a telesurgery. So in terms of the technology, I mean, robotic surgery, I think there should be a regulation because it's part of the medical device. Every country, they have the like the body to regulate these medical devices. In Australia, I think they call it, because I do teaching actually this unit as well, but TGA. In Australia, we call it TGA, Therapeutic Good Administration, American FDA. Indonesian, I think POM maybe, or maybe including, you know, Ministry of Health as well. So they collaborate together to regulate these medical devices including the robotic surgery, I believe. Okay, but in terms of the AI, you know, bring AI into the robotic surgery again. You know, the AI is bringing the precision. So I believe at the moment it's not fully autonomous. I'm talking about the autonomous robotic system, fully robotic surgery. Probably they have the robotic surgery assistive to the surgeon. Probably they are exist in a hospital, private hospital in Australia or even worldwide, but probably not fully. But in terms of the law regulation, I believe it is part of the lawmaker. So they have medical device and they have to work together, of course, with the lawmaker to develop a comprehensive law to protect this technology. I think I tried to answer that one. Hopefully that answer the thing. It means that there will be, so we need to identify the whole stakeholder inside there. So medical device, they have the manufacturer, they have a doctor, assistive surgery, and now AI is part of the, you know, the medical technology. I mean the machine itself. So maybe part of that one, and the lawmaker have to be cooperate together. Now everything have to combine. Maybe we have to get a new lawmaker as well. It's not just for Australia, but I think this is maybe worldwide if we come to the technology.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rifai.
Mbak Tuti, bisa
Ya, silakan
ditanyakan?
Dr. Dini. Silakan Bu Dini.
Mohon ditanyakan bagaimana dengan
Oh, langsung aja Bu Dini, enggak apa-apa.
Tidak apa-apa, biar teman-teman
Oke,
saya juga
silakan,
dengar.
silakan.
Bagaimana dengan informed consent-nya, Mbak? Karena informed consent itu kan apakah juga by apa ya, surat menyurat atau apa gitu. Karena di sana tuh modern sekali gitu. Sulit untuk kami terima gitu, tapi bisa kan begitu ya. Ini supaya teman-temanku juga dengar, Pak. Jadi apakah apa ya? Ada cara, Mbak. Jadi pasiennya di suatu klinik, di sana lengkap peralatannya, dokternya remote begitu. Jadi atau kebalik ya, pasiennya remote, dokternya di rumah sakit. Tapi peralatan itu menghubungkan si pasien dengan dokter gitu, sehingga real time yang dilakukan dokter itu real time gitu. Nah, kalau itu kan bisa diterima ya, cuman di sini mungkin belum bisa dilakukan. Ada lagi yang betul-betul ya sama real time, orangnya di Jakarta, pelakunya di sana, tapi mau operasi kok bisa gitu loh. Yang itu yang masih belum nyampe ke saya, Dok. Bukan dokter ya, tapi ya seperti itu yang satu regulasi betul. Kemudian kedua bagaimana inform concernnya Pak Rifai. Kemudian kalau terjadi apa namanya tadi saya sudah katakan medical dispute ya, bagaimana peraturannya gitu. Di kami medical council Pak Rifai, kami sudah belajar ke Singapura dan Malaysia, medical council saja masih sulit banget gitu menemukan atau menetapkan dokter itu salah atau tidak. Sementara sana sudah berani begitu. Mohon masukan, Dok.
Iya,
Ya, ya.
monggo silakan Dr. Rifai tanggapannya mungkin.
Thank you Ibu Dini. Saya coba soalnya ini soalnya saya bukan bidang saya juga untuk yang law ini. Jadi in term of the technology, as I said, it's part of the medical device. I think in term of the way they're using, as I mentioned, I think so far in Australia we don't have fully autonomous robotic surgery. So we do have, I think in a private hospital we have the what's it called? Is a robotic assistive surgery. So it's a semi-autonomous. So still need a surgeon to do the surgery, but assisted with a robotic. In terms of the consent, I think before the patient come to the surgery, they have to fill up the consent. They have to be agreed with. So they can do a digital consent as well, but as long as the agreement part of it is same thing with signing something digitally. So there can be a consent through the digital signature if you go with the signature. In terms of the law, I'm not sure I'm not clear actually whether they have a protected by the law. As I mentioned, maybe they have a law protecting the equipment and protected to the surgery. That's why when it comes to the technology, when you design a particular medical device, this is a robotic assistive surgeon, they should provide a proper training to the surgeon. And sometimes when you come to the FDA or in Australia TGA, they need to certify. Maybe the manufacturer may be certified by ISO or something. Some sort of if you come to the approval medical devices as well. But then training to the surgeon itself is not operated. It's not the certain. But there should be some particular training need to be provided to operate this kind of equipment. So hopefully the answer, but I believe in the future is if we come to the more autonomous, as I mentioned, this one probably is still semi-autonomous. So it means some skill of the particular doctor to operate that, surgery, the robotic surgery, but it come autonomous. So it's different law need to be applied because then you have to blame the robotic and you have to get the manufacturer. So it means a lot of stakeholders. So lawmakers have to work together. Try if a new technology is coming, but I'm not sure. But at the moment, so far, I don't think it's a fully autonomous yet. It's like, it's still semi-autonomous. As I said, the AI is trying to bring more precision. So it's still a doctor to operate that machine, but sometimes doctor is not that precise. That's why they're bringing AI to bring in more precision in terms of the surgery. I believe that at the moment it's happening because I noticed is in Australia they have the private hospital. They do have it's a bit more expensive. They do have this it's what they call a robotic assistive surgery. So assistive it means semi-autonomous. Ibu Dini.
Satu lagi Pak Ifai, ini manusia itu kan tidak selalu jantung di kiri misalnya begitu ya. Pada saat terjadi sesuatu sementara yang dilakukan oleh robotik gitu ya. Terus bagaimana dia mendiagnosa dulu gitu apa gimana? Misalnya ini orang mau operasi jantung.
Gitu ya,
ya, padahal tubuh kita itu kan kadang-kadang nggak seluruhnya manusia jantung ada di kiri kan. Ada operasi usus buntu taunya tidak di kanan tapi di kiri gitu. Kalau di sini masih banyak terjadi, begitu dia operate ternyata nggak ada di kanan, ternyata di kiri. Nah, apa yang terjadi kalau ini semua robotik, Dok?
So that's that's very interesting question because it's part of the integration system. So we can, I'm talking about designing a real system here. So we can design a system that can diagnose first. First it have to be diagnosed before you do an operation. You have to diagnose the whole thing. So they need some scanning, for example. You can combine with scanning system before doing the surgery. So you can combine different technology. It's like, for example, I provide the answer with the security and intelligence, in the airport. They have different systems. They're not integrated together. So we can bring it together and combine it, with the AI as decision maker. But, prior using the AI or robotic surgery or something, there should be some additional, another system that can be put it together, for example, a scanning system as well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dini and Dr. Rifai. It's really good discussion, and this is what we curious about. Jadi ini apa yang sebenarnya kita khawatirkan begitu ya, dokter ya. Begitu bisa menggantikan mungkin jarak jauh, tapi Dr. Rifai sendiri juga sebagai ahli teknologi juga meyakini bahwa sejauh ini memang hanya mendampingi begitu ya, tetap memang dibutuhkan seperti itu tenaga-tenaga medis yang hadir saat itu. Mungkin tapi suatu saat tidak menutup kemungkinan seperti itu. Tapi ya kalau ada seperti tadi, mungkin perbedaan karena adanya mungkin malposisi ya tadi Dr. Rifai juga menjelaskan bahwa mungkin tetap kita membutuhkan scanning atau mungkin reprogramming diulang ya. Kalau salah kan mungkin karena robot itu adalah asisten manusia, human is have a comment to the robot, so human can reprogramming to minimize the harm, untuk meminimalisasikan mungkin keburukan atau mungkin ya kesalahan gitu ya. Tapi it's really good. Maybe sometimes we must accept the elevate of the technology, but we must to make sure we control it. Mungkin begitu ya Pak Rifai ya. Kita harus menerima tapi kita harus kontrol juga begitu ya. Okay, thank you so much Dr. Rifai Chai for your a lot of the information and a lot of the viewers. And before you continue your activity, we will send you the certificate from the committee, and we'll invite and we'll give in. And I will invite Dr. Ari Dina Permana Citra as a Dean of the Nursing Faculty, Business and Technology. Oke, Ibu Ari Dina dipersilahkan untuk memberikan sertifikat dan mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Dr. Rifai Chai.
Oke, terima kasih Bu Tuti. I would like to say thank you for Mr. Rifai Chai has attended international seminar with the topic Technology Transformation for a Better Life.
Thank you Bu Dina dan sertifikatnya.
Ya, oke. Mungkin senyum dulu Dr. Rifai dan Bu Dina. Kita ambil gambar ya. We want to take a picture together. I will counting until 3 and give me the best smile. Okay? 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rifai Chai and also Miss Dina. Okay, we will continue to the next speakers and also to the next question. I will invite Mrs. I call it Mrs. Edvi Gracia Ardani. Okay, Ibu Evi bisa bergabung kembali?
Yes, I'm here.
Ya, ini ada pertanyaan ini, Bu. Okay, we have one question for Mrs. Edvi. Okay, come from our participant, Miss Mona Tiorina Manurung. Pertanyaan untuk Ibu Edvi sebagai expert tentunya di bidang kewirausahaan dan UMKM. Saya bacakan dulu dalam bahasa Indonesia. Bagaimana pandangan Ibu dengan kebijakan pemerintah terkait menghapus marketplace di aplikasi TikTok? Bukankah di era digital bisnis yang sekarang ini dengan menggunakan online justru sangat membantu UMKM daripada harus membuka toko offline? Okay, Miss Edvi have a question from Miss Mona Tiorina Manurung about her views and also her comments about our government's policy to delete or maybe it's not about the delete to stop the marketplace in, or we call it TikTok. Why the government do that? Even in the digital era or in the digital time, online shop like this can help or can improve the management or maybe the business rather than we must have an offline store, something like that. Okay, silakan Ibu Evi. Okay, Miss Evi, time and place are yours.
Okay, thank you very much. It is very good question actually, and I'm glad that the participants of this seminar is actually very well informed about what's going on in the entrepreneurship issues nowadays in Indonesia. So basically, what happened in this government policy is that I'm sure that the government has reasons behind the policy making. And if I'm not mistaken, because I was trying to get in touch also with entrepreneurship team of the Ministry of Kementerian Koperasi. And we have discussed a lot of things about what happened with TikTok shop that cannot be used anymore. The thing that we should see is actually it's not the why we cannot do that, we cannot use it. It is actually we have to see that more likely because of the impact of using TikTok Shop. So as we know that Indonesian people are very creative, and there are a lot of creative products that have been promoted in TikTok Shop. And the thing that Indonesian people didn't see is that the ideas of this product creativity is actually very expensive. What I mean very expensive is that you cannot actually pay a creativity. Creativity is being developed by someone, and when someone is creative, so other people should actually buy that creativity. While in TikTok Shop, we know very well that there are a lot of countries that make the best use of other people's creativity, so that other people can actually produce the same thing, because what they need in producing a good products is actually creativity. Jadi let me explain in Indonesian. Jadi bagaimana caranya supaya kita tidak dijiplak oleh negara lain. Nah, ini yang menjadi tanda tanya. Kalau kita mempergunakan brand-brand Indonesia seperti Tokopedia, kemudian apalagi itu banyak ya yang lainnya. Karena saya pakainya nggak banyak gitu, jadi saya cuma sebut satu. Pada intinya adalah ketika kita punya marketplace yang 100% Indonesia, itu akan sangat lebih baik kalau misalnya kita memang mau menjual barang kita di Indonesia. Kalau kita mau menjual barang kita ke luar negeri, that is another story. We're gonna have to do all the necessary things, such as misalnya hak paten, kemudian hak cipta ya, supaya apa? Supaya produk yang kreatif ini itu bisa ternaungi di dalam hak paten atau hak kreativitas yang sudah kita keluarkan. Jadi it is not about stopping TikTok Shop untuk tidak bisa berkarya, bukan itu, tetapi dampak ke depan yang mungkin akan terjadi bagi kita yang sudah memiliki kreativitas yang luar biasa, yang bisa dijiplak oleh orang lain di luar negeri, itu yang ingin di-reduce oleh pemerintah. Another issue is that whenever our product is imitated by somebody else, and they can actually reduce the cost of production, that thing will be kita yang rugi lah gitu ya istilahnya. The cost of production itu bisa ditekan sekali. Kita tidak bisa menekan cost of production, maka kita jualnya tinggi, sementara orang lain bisa jual murah. Kalau sudah kayak gitu, siapa yang rugi? Yang kreatif kita, yang ingin membesarkan bisnisnya kita, tapi orang lain yang menikmati. Kira-kira itu jawaban dari saya, mudah-mudahan bisa membantu menjawab. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih Bu Edvi. Ini juga salah satu perspektif baru ya yang saya dapat dari tentunya dari seorang expert di bidang entrepreneur. Kita kan taunya biar yang pedagang di sana nggak rugi gitu kan, tapi ternyata ada tujuan lain dari sisi entrepreneur adalah untuk justru menjaga dan juga berusaha untuk istilahnya kalau kita bilang itu tuh apa namanya, melindungi ya Bu ya, melindungi para produsen Indonesia yang sangat kreatif, yang khawatirnya mungkin produk mereka bisa dijiplak atau dikembangkan gitu kan, dikembangkan oleh orang lain di negara lain, karena TikTok juga kan memang tersebar around the world ya, di semua belahan dunia. Jadi nantinya produk kita yang kayak ciri khas itu bisa didapatkan dengan mudah. Sementara memang kalau kita ekspor kan harus banyak hal ya Bu ya yang harus dilakukan, hak paten kah atau biaya cukainya lah atau lain sebagainya, sehingga mereka kalau mau beli lagi ya harus ke kita gitu kan. Tapi kalau sudah dicontek, oh iya itu juga ya, repot juga ya. Okay, this is very new perspective for me. Thank you so much, Ms. Edvi. Actually, I'm a healthcare and I don't know about this perspective, you know, because the media, sometimes the media just give us one perspective. This is why we as very don't have any basically an entrepreneur believe that, and then we have maybe a conclusion or the wrong conclusion. Jadi kan kalau media udah menggiring kita dengan suatu opini, kita jadinya nggak punya basic ilmu entrepreneur, ya terpercaya aja gitu kan, jadinya kan
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Bu Mona, maybe Miss Mona Tiorina Manuru, you want to directly discuss something with Miss Edvi? Mungkin Bu Mona? Ini saya lihat ada.
Terima kasih untuk jawabannya Bu Edvi. Sebenarnya agak ini sih, makanya kemarin terkait kebijakan pemerintah menghapus marketplace. Soalnya memang jauh berbeda ya. Kalau saya kan membanding-bandingkan tuh, kalau mau beli barang di TikTok Shop, Shopee, dan Tokped, ternyata emang TikTok ini paling murah, terus selalu ngasih gratis ongkir, makanya agak sedih kok ada kebijakan seperti ini gitu. Masih pro dan kontra kan ya sebenarnya.
Iya, jadi memang perlu ya Bu, kayaknya nih seminar entrepreneurship terkait hal-hal seperti ini itu dibawa ke satu stasiun TV ya yang memiliki jangkauan luas begitu ya. Semoga ya nonton di YouTube ini bisa menyebarluaskan ya perspektif lain dari seorang entrepreneur yang memang tujuannya melindungi, sebenarnya melindungi dan menjaga originalitas produk dari orang-orang Indonesia yang luar biasa kreatif. Netizen Indonesia
memang lebih murah sih ini menambahkan sih.
Lebih murah. Jadi berani ini ya Bu ya, kalau orang saya punya teman entrepreneur itu bilangnya orang kaya tuh berani buang-buang uang.
Nah, sepertinya begini, sepertinya
gitu
begini.
Kak Bu Ersi? Ya kayak
kalau
ya.
Kalau dari sisi itunya sebetulnya begini. Yang Indonesia itu belum bisa, itu adalah menekan kos produksi. Itu belum bisa. Saya sudah mencoba untuk bertanya, kenapa sih kok kita orang Indonesia itu yang bisnisnya murah-murah itu kok lebih prefer untuk produksinya itu ada di luar negeri. Kan itu ada proses untuk barang impor dan lain sebagainya. Dan at the end of the day setelah bayar pajak impor, bayar macam-macam,
lebih murah gitu,
tetap harganya lebih murah gitu. Berarti kan there is something wrong in it gitu ya. So, kalau misalnya
saya boleh nambahin nggak ini?
Boleh ngomong.
Silakan Bu Dini.
Kalau saya lihat ya dari kacamata pembeli ya seperti itu. Kalau saya beli memang nih kalau kita beli di TikTok itu contoh lah kapas itu bisa lebih murah dibandingkan kita beli di pasar tradisional atau tradisional market seperti itu. Tapi mungkin ini kayak gini, ketika saya mau membeli barang dalam jumlah banyak itu akan lebih murah gitu. Nah di sini adalah ketika seseorang yang pemilik modal itu memiliki modal yang lebih banyak, lebih dari ini, mereka bisa mendapatkan diskon gitu. Jadi mendapatkan diskon banyak, kemudian dijual lagi dalam bentuk ecer seperti itu. Sedangkan untuk shipment itu memberikan gratis. Beberapa itu kan memberikan ongkir gratis. Jadi memang mereka bekerja sama seperti itu. Nah, memang yang ditakutkan sebenarnya kata Bu Edvi, ditakutkan adalah ketika produk lokal itu tidak mampu bersaing dengan biaya produksi yang tinggi seperti itu. Seperti itu ya intinya.
Betul. Iya itu gratis ongkir itu juga ini ya Bu Dina ya. Memang itu jadi momok juga gitu.
Nah, untuk melindungi itu mungkin pemerintah ya tadi melindungi produk lokal, yaitu mereka akan dipisahkan untuk TikTok yang untuk bisnis dan TikTok untuk biasa itu nanti akan iniin. Sebenarnya gini loh, ketika kita mau mempunyai usaha, mempunyai produk yang akan kita branding, itu alangkah baiknya kita mendaftarkan merek kita itu ke hak cipta di JKI ya, istilahnya seperti itu. Nah, sebenarnya gini, kalau para pengusaha atau penjual lah yang memiliki karya sendiri itu mau mendaftarkan, mudah juga sih, sebenarnya mudah. Saya mendaftarkan hak cipta produk saya itu paling cuma berapa menit gitu di DJKI gitu loh. Tapi memang pengetahuan masyarakat tuh memang kurang gitu loh. Kurang ketika mereka mau ada barang ini, mereka bagaimana dijual dulu, mendapatkan duit dulu. Seharusnya melalui prosedur yang benar, didaftarkan dulu baru dijual gitu. Jadi mereka mempunyai perlindungan hukum seperti itu. Ya, itu masukan dari saya sih. Terima kasih.
Betul banget, betul itu. Betul Bu Dina. Sayangnya memang masyarakat belum teredukasi dengan baik, dan ini tugas dari pemerintah ini, jadi supaya mereka tidak kebablasan begitu ya, para pengusaha lokal ini tidak kebablasan, maka mereka stop dulu. Dan pemerintah sekarang sedang menggalakkan pendidikan-pendidikan, workshop-workshop terkait dengan pendaftaran hak cipta atau hak paten dari produknya mereka. Betul sekali Bu Dina. Jadi sudah selaras, memang ini harusnya mudah-mudahan informasi yang disampaikan oleh kementerian yang terkait itu bisa jauh lebih detail begitu ya, sehingga para pengusaha lokal ini juga bisa tahu kenapa sebetulnya itu terjadi.
Iya.
Kalau kita sebagai konsumen, ya udah aja kita cari tempat lain yang gratis ongkir.
Iya, memang begitu ya. Luar biasa, memang SDM itu perlu ditingkatkan begitu ya, Dr. Ervi. Ini adalah kerjasama lintas sektoral. Oke, terima kasih Dr. Ervi dan Dr. Dina. Ini mumpung sedang ada kita bertiga di sini, ladies ya, mungkin panitia boleh di-share sertifikat untuk Dr. Ervi dan juga bisa langsung diberikan oleh Ibu Dr. Ari Dina Permana. Silakan dong. Masih mute mungkin Dr. Dina, boleh di-unmute terlebih dahulu.
Terima kasih Bu Edvi Gracia Ardani telah menjadi speaker di Fakultas Keperawatan Bisnis dan Teknologi dalam acara International Seminar Teknologi Transformation for a Better Life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terima kasih banyak Ibu Dina, Bu Dina.
We will give maybe Dr. Evi and Dr. Dina. We will give our best smile to the participant. We will take a picture together. Okay. Okay. I will counting until 3. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay. Thank you so much, all ladies, because right now is a ladies. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will invite again our international speaker, Dr. Enerito. Dr. Enerito, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yes, thank you so much. And now the raining is already stopped or still?
It's still raining, and it's actually cats and dogs, and there's lightning and thunder, and I hope there will be no flooding in my area.
Okay, I hope so. Okay, Dr. Enerito, we have a question from our participant, Mrs. Maulidita. She asked about, are there any, I mean, Miss Mariati, based on Dr. Enerito's scientific perspective, what the natural changes should a tropical country like us, I mean Indonesia, maybe Indonesia and Philippines, must be aware of infectious or non-infectious diseases? Okay, maybe you can give us your perspective, Dr. Enerito.
Okay. Taking it from the question, I would allow me to paraphrase it a little bit, because as of this point in time, we are into, of course, our direction. Our focus is something that infects us, something that is virulent, something that is pathogenic. Whenever it is pathogenic, we look for, or something that is infectious, we look for solution. We look for a treatment. And that is why, just like what I have mentioned in my talk, there are movements from different biotechnologies wherein they are designing antibodies in order to combat infectious diseases. However, when we talk about non-infectious diseases, we don't look for something to treat it. We don't look for something to kill it. We look for something to, it's part actually of my research, we look for something that is utilizable, that makes that non-infectious organism utilizable for the environment, or even to combat diseases. Likewise, just like what happened years ago in Bacillus penicillium, we have the penicillin. So we harness and we maximize the potential of those that don't harm us. However, as I keep on saying, as I mentioned a moment ago, I would like to paraphrase infectious and non-infectious. But although I have explained that our focus as medical laboratory scientists is actually to treat those that are infectious, but it is not a factor nowadays, being Philippines being a tropical and Indonesia being a tropical country, because tropical diseases are no longer restricted to the tropics. With the advent of increasing migration, international air travel, tourism, and work visit to tropical regions have contributed to an increased incidence of such diseases being seen actually during the pandemic. And it actually made what made the COVID virus possible to be spread worldwide because of this. But again, if you can still remember the basic requisites in order for us, or in order for an organism to grow, it's actually in the tropics. It's actually in Indonesia, in the Philippines, like us, there is a high humidity, there is sun, there is rain, but again, other countries are no longer an exemption. So the paraphrase that I'm saying, it could actually be pointing, that question of Ms. Mariatti could have been pointed to communicable and non-communicable diseases. There are lots of the term tropical diseases both encompasses all diseases that primarily occur principally in the tropics. But again, it is not unique to Indonesia, to Asia. This term covers all communicable diseases and even genetic disorders caused by not only microorganisms. We can blame all the microorganisms, but probably we have to put a factor that we are actually living most of the time a very unhealthy life. We think as human beings, so we can actually be prepared for that. If that's what Mariatti was asking, we can be prepared by not only through biotechnology, not only through medical means, but also through hygiene, physical preparation, hygienic preparation, and even mental preparation for that matter. We can't get away with such heat, humidity, altitude that are encountered in areas that okay, all right. Am I still being heard? Okay.
Yes.
So yes, bottom line is we get to be ready in all areas, in all aspects of life, not only academically, because in academia, it is where information and knowledge are actually being transcended into the different, into students, into more people. And we have to set the mind. We need to have a mindset that diseases is a multifactorial phenomenon, may it be in tropical or in a non-tropical country.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Enerito, for what I can say, for show us all the responsibility about how can we handle and how can it come infectious or non-infectious disease in the world, and then especially in Indonesia, we must face again and we must look again about the external factor that you said before. It's not about the non-infectious or non-communicable disease is not infectious. We can handle it, but you must have a pay attention to all the risk factor about this. Thank you so much, Dr. Ernesto. Ernesto, is it right? I pronounce your name?
Almost, but I'm happy.
How can wait, by the end of the time I'm still thinking, is it right or no I pronounce
Well, in the Philippines they pronounce it because that is actually the month of January in the Philippines. Or Enerito.
Enerito. Okay, maybe next time we will join it again.
Yes.
And I hope I still can learn more from you, because I think a lot of the things that we must understanding about this, something medical, some biological, and also some what kind of the movement of the natural biological diseases. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Enerito. Okay, and then before you continue your activity, the committee will send the certificate of for you by email, and our dean will give it to you and online, and then say thank you to Dr. Enerito. Okay, I will invite Dr. Ari Dina Permana Citra. Okay, Dr. Ari.
Okay, I would like to say thank you for Dr. Enerito. Yes, is it my spelling is it true? Dr. Enerito, and okay, for his participation as a speaker, International Seminar Technology Transformation for a Better Life. Thanks for attending, Mr. Enerito.
Thank you, Dr. Aridina. Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll take a picture together. Okay, over.
Please.
Yes. Give the best smile, Dr. Enerito and Dr. Dina. I will count until 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Enerito. I hope we will meeting again, maybe in online seminar or directly in Indonesia.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And thank you so much to Dr. Ari Dina Permana Citra, the Dean of the Nursing, Business and Technology Faculty from Universitas Widya Husada Semarang. And ladies and gentlemen, our honorable participant, this is the end of the symposium for the international seminar with the title. You can see the title here. Okay, like this, about the technology transformation for a better life. And we'll declare from Faculty of Nursing, Business and Technology from Widya Husada Semarang University. Okay, on behalf of myself, I really say apologies if something happened in uncomfortable to you or I have a mistake. Okay, teman-teman, ini sudah sampai pada akhir dari simposium di internasional seminar yang diselenggarakan oleh Universitas Widya Husada Semarang. Saya secara pribadi memohon maaf jika ada hal yang tidak berkenan atau saya membuat salah selama seminar ini berlangsung. And then I will give it back to the Master of Ceremony, the duet ya. Dan saya akan kembalikan ke duo ini ya, duo Master of Ceremony, Mrs. Almita and Mrs. Marlina. Okay, hi, Mrs. Almita and Marlina. How can I say your name? Mita and Lina or Almi and Lina? Gimana saya nyebutnya nih?
Mita and Marlina.
Iya, panggilannya apa ini? Mita atau Al? Mita. Nama panggilannya Mita ya, Mita dan Marlina dan Lina ya.
Iya.
Boleh?
Iya.
Oke. Saya kembalikan waktu dan tempat kepada Mita dan juga Lina sebagai Master of Ceremony. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mrs. Akwartuti Tri Darmayanti. Thank you very much to the participant, commit, and speaker who shares today's knowledge. As Master of Ceremony today, I, Almita, and my partner Marlina, apologize on behalf of the commit there is an error during the seminar.
Oke, terima kasih Ibu Akwartuti. Terima kasih kepada setiap peserta, panitia, dan para narasumber yang telah membagikan ilmu pada seminar hari ini. Selaku Master of Ceremony hari ini, saya Marlina dan rekan saya Almita mohon maaf atas nama panitia jika terdapat kesalahan saat seminar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.